Morning, guys. How are you? Good morning. It's me, Spartan John, here for another day of wonderful reading with you guys. How are you this morning? You don't get the heart rate monitor because I just put my watch on the charger. If somebody wants to buy me a new Apple Watch for the awesome, then I will have two. And if I have two Apple Watches, then that makes it easier. Hi, good morning. Hey, Jimmy. Anyway, if somebody wants to buy me an additional Apple Watch for the awesome, you're more than welcome to do that and have it sent to me as a gift. I'll put it in my Amazon cart even for you. There's an Amazon wish list on my down on the bottom of Twitch. You can click on it. Anything that you buy off of that thing comes to my house anonymously with a gift receipt. And then you can, if it shows up anonymously for Spartan John, then I open it up here live on the awesome, give you an authentic reaction, unbox it, put it together, whatever that is. It adds content to the space. But if you want to get me a new Apple Watch, so I have two, then I'll never not have one on my wrist. That's cool too. Normally I just wear my classic aviator watch, but I don't know where my wife put it, so rip. I've got a hell of a story for you guys, by the way. You're gonna love it. I went and looked at a Bronco last night. You guys are gonna love this. A few of you guys might have heard this last night on Mike's stream, Funforge Cosplay stream. But speaking of Funforge Cosplay, there he is. If you want to know about him, you can go there. Oh, son of a bitch. I just typed that in the wrong... God damn it. I did it to myself again. This is why I need... There we go. Like that. Alright, so check it out. I went to the Ford dealership last night with my wife. That was cool. We looked at a Bronco. I'm gonna still try and buy one if I can get one in my price range, but wow, I was underwhelmed. That's what I got. It was probably one of the most underwhelming test drive experiences I've ever had in my life. It's about what I'll say about that. You guys are more than welcome to ask about it later, because I could talk about it for probably 40 minutes, and we want to get started sooner than later on the story, of course. So, the Mariners. I wanted to talk about the Mariners a little bit this morning. The Mariners won last night in epic fashion. They came back down from 5 runs to win 7-6 in the 9th inning. That was nice to see. The Mariners had a heartbeat. 3 or 4 of our starters are already injured and may be out for up to an entire season. So we're in trouble. And I'm hoping that our boys will, our ownership will make a trade or something to make it better. To try to get them some help, because golly, I can't watch another season where we don't make the playoffs as good as we're supposed to be, and then our ownership doesn't invest in a baseball team anymore. I hate it. The Kraken play tonight. We're not going to the playoffs, so we're just trying to play spoiler. We're playing in Vegas on the road tonight. I don't expect to win the game, but I'll watch it. I'll be here. I won't be here in the Spartan space at the beginning because I'll be at baseball practice, but by the end, after baseball practice is open, you guys can find me in the Spartan space just hanging out, listening to the rest of that game. We usually populate the Spartan space in the evenings here when the Mariners or the Kraken are on. I'll usually post it up on one of these monitors, share it to the Discord if possible, and just sit here and chat, watch the game, play games or something, invested in that. So yeah, went and looked at a Bronco, didn't buy. It was underwhelming. I made an offer on the car. I liked it enough to make an offer, and then I walked off of the dealership lot, and I'm waiting on them to possibly call me back. They may not. Let's see. Oh, yesterday, the Halo Collector, Funforge Cosplay, Oakham all broke it to me that I was featured in the Halo Waypoint spotlight this month. I want to say I am grateful and thankful to at Foamforge Cosplay for being in the photo with me. I believe that is the reason why we were featured, is because he was there. I don't know if I would have been featured by myself. I've never been featured by them before in this manner, and it's a great honor. I'm humbled. I cried on the stream yesterday live, listening to that. Or hearing about that. So thank you for that, and shout out to my buddy Foamforge Cosplay. I think that's it. I can't think of anything else at this particular juncture to talk about, but in the open. So we'll get to the book. Today we're gonna start the Thursday War. I'll read you the back, like we always do. It says, try to put this in a place. There we go. Maybe right about there. It says 2553, welcome to humanity's new war, silent, high stakes, and unseen. This is a life or death mission for the Office of Naval Intelligence's Black Ops Team Kilo 5, which is tasked with preventing the ruthless Sangheili, once the military leaders of the alien alliance known as the Covenant, from regrouping and threatening humankind again. What began as a routine dirty tricks operation, keeping the Sangheili occupied with their own insurrection, turns into a desperate bid to extract one member of Kilo 5 from the seething heart of a brutal civil war. But troubles never come singly for Kilo 5. Colonial terrorism is once again surfacing on one of the human worlds, a world that survived the war against the Covenant. And the man behind it is much more than just a name to Spartan Naomi 010. Meanwhile, the treasure trove of Forerunner technology recovered from the Forerunner shield world of Onyx is being put to work. Even as a kidnapped Sangheili plots vengeance on the humans he fears will bring his people to the brink of destruction. Hey! That was the back cover. It's another Karen Travis book. It's the second book in the trilogy. This print is like a textured matte finish, and I don't know if I like it. All my other books are like shiny, glossy, and smooth. This one is like,
hello there,
bumpy. Anyway, hi Kevin. So we'll start the Thursday War here in just a minute. And, yeah. That's it. So I might go and, I might still yet buy a Bronco. Just not yet. Don't know. We'll see. Hey, check it out. For everybody who's new here, I'm going to show you the bookmark. Here it is. Anyway, it's orbiting the Spartan space right now. The Enterprise is. Anyway, anyway, normally we show the bookmark, and that signifies it's time to start reading. And the reason why we do it this way is because someday, Spartan John or someone else that I pay or volunteers or somebody will edit these books all down into like tiny little cuts. There's no sound in that no sound in space from that ship, sir. Yeah, sure it is. It's a dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's the sound, right? Basically, they're all like that now. The book's changed into the sound. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll get used to it. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, the bookmark signifies that somebody could come and find this, and edit it right now from here, and just cut out the book portion so that they can make a big supercut of me reading. That's the whole point. Anyway, we've got our Book Daddy cup. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet? We haven't changed our clothes. Give me 1 second. Oh no! Don't do that. Oh no! Don't worry, we fixed it. I accidentally turned the sound off. Hold on. I gotta change my hat and my jacket. Ugh. It's like a whole thing. You're gonna wear the Book Daddy hat and jacket. It's an easy day. Easy day. All right. Is it a wonderful day in the Spartan space? I feel like it is. It is kind of like Mr. Rogers, but I don't mind. I like it. I mean, I'm not singing his, I'm not stealing his shtick or anything, you know. I know the song that he sings and everything. I watched it when I was a kid. It's not like that, though. I mean, if you want to stop by and be the mailman, Kevin, you can. Mr. McFeely with a speedy delivery. So good. This book was dedicated, it says, for Sam, who always talks good Texan common sense when I need it. That's what the book's dedicated to. All right. The book is, let's see. ...449 pages, so expect 9 or 10 episodes. I'm pleased to report that the print is a little bit bigger, so be easier to read, I guess. Yeah, that's important as you get older. All right. Here we go. Prologue. Office of Naval Intelligence, Bravo 6, Sydney. Earth, March 2553. This job is about trouble. Seeing trouble coming, neutralizing trouble, and causing trouble for others before they cause it for you. On a day when there is no trouble, something is wrong. There's always trouble. You simply haven't noticed it yet, so you have to seek it out before it comes looking for you. But today's a normal day, and I don't have to hunt for it. Captain Saren Osman has just reported in from Venezia. She's calling off the mission for the time being in breaking orbit to return to St. Helios because we have trouble. And where's my damn coffee? Osman lost contact with her Sangheili language expert, Phillips. 1 minute, he's spying happily under the noses of his Sanghelios hosts, and the next, there's an explosion. Now we're scrambling to find out what's happened. The Arbiter's no fool. He invited Phillips to visit. He has a reason, and if he's sane, he has to be suspicious. He has to be suspicious of us. Yes, perhaps it's all part of a genuinely wanting to build bridges with Earth, but I can't afford to assume the best. My job is about planning for the worst and making sure that it happens to Earth's enemies anyway. My job isn't about okay. The whole point of this mission, the whole reason d'etre of the Kilo 5 mission is to make things as un-okay for the Sanghelios, for the Sangheli as we can, to keep them feuding and fighting while we rearm and neutralize them once and for all. But we have an operative stranded there with an AI, a civilian academic, not an experienced. Not an experienced ONI agent like Osman, so she has to extract him. I'd do the same if I were her. Venezia can wait, after all. It's been a terrorist haven since before the Covenant War, and it's not going anywhere. Besides, Mike Spencer is there. A safe pair of hands, our Mike, in this job. You handpicked your people. You need the best. You need the most loyal. You need the most ruthless. And ruthless and loyalty in a single human being is a rare combination to find. So where's my coffee? Don't make me beg, Dorsey. I hit the intercom. Flag, are you still alive out there? On its way, ma'am. Lieutenant Dorsey knows my routine. He's never normally this late with my morning mocha. Sorry I got stuck on a call. I'm not getting any younger, Flag. He's a good boy. I couldn't wish for a better Flag Lieutenant. So the coffee is on its way. Let's take a deep breath and assess the situation. On the plus side, we've managed to arm and foster a Sangheli insurrection. And we have both a Sangheli prisoner and 4 Huragok, 3 of which have unique knowledge from the days of the Forerunners. With their assistance, we're extracting a treasure trove of Forerunner technology from what's left on Onyx. We've also arrested Dr. Catherine God Almighty Halsey, who's now making herself useful by incorporating that technology into Infinity. Oh, I waited so long time to get to her, but it was worth every minute. She will now do my bidding. I'd call that a very productive 3 months' work, wouldn't you? Excellent value for the taxpayer. On the downside, though, Phillips is potentially in real danger, and by that token so are we. He's not been trained to resist interrogation. The AI fragment he's carrying won't be much use to Sangheli if he's caught, but the last thing I need is for Oni's destabilization policy to become public knowledge. And there's another fly paddling around in the ointment. There's no lid on Venezia now that the Covenant has collapsed. The rebels can come and go as they please, not just human rebels, alien malcontents as well. And the black market's flooded with hardware and vessels. Everyone's dusting off their old grudges. We shall be busy. But on balance, things could be worse. Osmond's doing well. She's proving good in the field. Although, I hope she doesn't get a taste for it. She's my anointed, my heir, my successor. The office of Synconi will be hers before long. And she has to fill this chair. I have to admit there's a delicious irony in having a failed Spartan head up this agency. And Kilo 5 is shaping up too. There's a lot to be said for a mixed bag of oddballs. A few ODSTs, a Spartan, a civilian linguist, and BB. God, I miss Black Box. But he's where he needs to be right now. It's a strange squad. The best ones always are. Ruthless and loyal. As I said, I like ruthless and loyal. The door opens, and Dorsey trots in, balancing a steaming cup and a small plate. Here you go, ma'am, he says. And ginger nuts. That was the cookie you wanted, yes? He makes it sound like a strange perversion. He's not been in Sydney long enough to understand biscuits. It's hard to find ginger nuts these days. Indeed it was, I tell him. Perfect for dunking. I insist you try some. Okay, ma'am, thank you. There, I metamorphosized fully from Torquemada to a grandmother, foisting cookies on the youngsters. It's not just to maintain morale. This is my conscience intervening. The older I get, the more I find myself imposing affection and generosity on those around me, as if that can atone for all that I've done and not done. I dunk the cookie into the mocha, hold it in the hot liquid for exactly 4 seconds, and then remove it. This is perfection. Ginger nuts are baked so hard that in a few seconds they absorb just enough coffee to soften the outer layer, but not enough to make them soggy. They yield to the bite. Then the interior snaps and gives up its sweet, spicy pungency. A lesser cookie would dissolve and sink to the bottom of the cup in surrender. Have a cookie. Forget that junior officers call me organized crime in uniform. I regret a great deal. I don't regret much of the dirty work I've done. But I think I do regret the Spartan 2 program. I regret it not only because it was built on something utterly wrong, but also mainly because the likes of Catherine Halsey can only do what they do if the likes of me let them, knowingly or otherwise. I should have kept a closer eye on her. I knew what she was like. I know what everyone is like. That's my job. I can't remember far too much. Or I can remember far too much. So many things that I wish I could unsee and hear. Life's perverse. Most people in their 90s worry about losing their memory, not about being tormented by it, or its clarity in the small hours of each sleepless night. But such is power. You get it. Then you do things with it. And then you have to live with that. I won't apologize for saving my world from terrorists and aliens. I don't owe God any explanations when the time comes. Halsey's an atheist, so she can look forward to it all being over, really over, one day. But I'm agnostic. And the closer to death I get, the more I prefer that God does exist. I have some questions for him. I'm great with questions. If he made us in his image, why didn't he make us nicer, kinder, and gentler? Or did he make us like this just to see how vile of an organism we could become? What kind of God would make us? Dorsey sticks his head around the corner. Are the ginger nuts okay, ma'am? He asks. Glorious, I say. Infinity had better have a supply of these. Admiral Margaret Orlenda Perengoski, Commander-in-Chief, Office of Naval Intelligence, UNSC. Chapter 1. Arbiter, I have lost him. The brutes are rebelling, and Antom is in chaos. This was said by Kadan Ilmir, pilot and bodyguard to the Professor Evan Phillips, guest of the Arbiter. Temple of the Abiding Truth, Antom St. Helios, March 2553. Evan Phillips could manage only one thought. Sangheli breath stinks. It was like waking up face to face with an old dog who sneaked into your bed, and it wasn't just the terrifying mouthful of fangs. Avu Med Telkam, religious zealot and Oni-sponsored insurgent, was kneeling right over him, staring into his eyes. Phillips could hear a tuning fork singing deep inside his head, but the yells and the roars around him were muffled and worlds away. He struggled for breath in a fog of brick dust, smoke, and something that smelled horribly like ammonia. How could he smell all of this if he couldn't breathe? Oh God, a bomb. I was walking into the temple and... He was walking into the temple with Telkam, and Telkam had asked him a really awkward question about the Sangheli he wasn't supposed to know. Jul Dama. Oh shit. And then there'd been an explosion. But Philip's biggest problem right then was getting his breath, followed by checking that he'd had all of his limbs and wasn't bleeding to death, light years from home, on a planet where they wouldn't take kindly to Oni spies. But that's what I am now, aren't I? He kept trying to suck in the air. His lungs felt disconnected from his brain, beyond his control. Then they relented, and a huge convulsive wheeze shook him. He started coughing so hard that he almost vomited. "I thought you were dead," Telcamp said. He sounded irritated, as if he thought Phillips had been shaming. "Can you speak? Are you injured?" Phillips' eyes watered painfully. "Am I bleeding?" "Not much." Telcam stood up and started roaring orders although Phillips couldn't see who he was yelling at. "Is anyone injured? Answer me. Did anyone see what happened?" Voices called back from the gloom. "A wall has collapsed, Fieldmaster. We're still trying to find all of our brothers. Be quick about it." Telcam withdrew his pistol and stalked toward the outer gates. "And secure the perimeter until we find out who did this. Who would attack the temple? It was a sensitive target, sure to cause outrage. Perhaps the Arbiter had worked out where his opposition was coming from and had launched a preemptive strike. And I walked into the middle of it. Should have stuck with Kadan, shouldn't I? I bet he's panicking now, trying to find me in case the Arbiter shoots him for losing me." Phillips eased himself up and tried to stand. Razor-edged rubble cut into his palms. He could hear mayhem outside in the plaza, filtered by the thick walls around the temple grounds, and then a thud of Sangheili feet echoing in the passages behind him. Now that the smoke and the dust were settling, he could work out exactly where he was, about 20 meters inside the temple compound now, right inside the ancient doorway of the Forerunner building. Nobody seemed to be taking any notice of him. He got to his feet, tested his balance. It wasn't great, but at least he could still hear, and tottered towards the gates. At least this had killed the conversation about Jewel. Phillips hoped Telcam would forget that he'd even asked the question, but he doubted it. Damn, I could have really died. This is getting a bit too real. His legs were shaking now. Now that he stopped to think about it, he realized he could have been killed any number of times in the past few months. But it hadn't felt quite this immediate before. How did Mal and Vaz handle it? Now he understood something about a gut level, something he didn't have words for, and suddenly the world looked very different. And then he remembered, oh God, BB, where the hell is he? The AI would usually have been chattering to him in that arch, slightly bitchy way, in a slightly bitchy way that was somehow incredibly comforting. BB knew all and saw all. He probably spoke Sangheili even better than Phillips, but now he was uncharacteristically silent. BB, Phillips whispered. He peered down at the coin-sized radio with its pinprick camera lens, unable to see any indication of light. Military comms equipment was designed to withstand all kinds of shocks, and Oni was certain to have the very best in kit that money could buy. BB, are you okay? You can come out now. But the radio remained lifeless. Phillips took it off his jacket to examine it, and it was only when he held it up right to his eye that he saw the chunks of metal embedded in it, like lead shot. It took him a few moments to think that through. The realization made his stomach knot again. Shrapnel that would have gone into my chest, holy shit. So that's kind of luck really happens. He tried to focus on the luck. That a potentially fatal injury had been deflected by that little device, but it didn't keep him going long. All kinds of fears and worries were now flooding back. Kadan, the pilot of for the Arbiter, had assigned to take him on a tour of Ontom's ancient sites, would have heard the explosion and have come running to find his charge. And did Osmond realize what had happened? Phillips had been transmitting right up to the moment of the blast, so she must have known his last position. But how was he going to contact her now without a radio and without BB to guide him? Damn, he'd have to find Kadan and get him to contact the UNSC now. Searching the temple for Forerunner clues to the locations of the other Halo rings would have to wait. It could take me years to wheedle my way back in here. We might not have years. He made his way through the rubble into the courtyard, through the walls that had stood for a millennia, built by the Forerunners themselves. Some had collapsed in places, giving him jagged, chaotic glimpses of the huge plaza outside. It was a pandemonium. Troops were stalking around, barking orders at Sangheili, who were milling about, inspecting piles of what Phillips thought was more rubble, until he realized there was no masonry close enough to fall in heaps. The plaza was an open space, like a parade ground. The piles were bodies. He stumbled out of the gates as if the national line between holy ground and public space would shield him. A crater about 7 or 8 meters wide had gouged a scar into the elegant geometric paving. That's where the device had detonated. Not in the temple grounds, but out in the plaza. Purple Sangheili bud lay in a glassy pool and trickled into gutters. Phillips tried not to focus on the dead and injured. Mal and Vaz might have been used to seeing body parts, but this was all new and very sickening for him. He didn't recognize some things. He made himself look away before he did. It was sobering that even on an alien world, in a city of towering creatures with 4 jaws, the carnage that followed a bombing looked pretty much like any shattered street on Earth in the aftermath of a terrorist attack. And people were just as scared and shocked and grief-stricken. People, yes, they're people to me. Sorry, Vaz, I can't see them any other way. Telkamp stood absolutely still, fists clenched at his sides in an oddly human way. He was seething. Phillips edged up beside him. So, nobody seemed interested in a lone human now? An hour ago, he'd been a sensation. An unlikely little pink creature who could rapidly unlock an Arum puzzle that left most Sangheili perplexed. Who did it? This isn't about the temple, is it? Telkamp scanned the scene with a slow sweep of his head, taking in the neatly trimmed shrubs and trees that lined the plaza. Phillips thought he'd spotted something suspicious, but he curled his lip back, parting that cloverleaf set of jaws and baring his fangs in anger. "What do you not see, scholar?" he asked. Phillips wasn't back to his best yet. He tapped his radio again, hoping BB was just keeping his head down and gathering information. It took a while to check the scene and not pay too much attention to the grisly detail. A pair of Sangheili trotted past carrying something on a sheet of fabric. A makeshift stretcher. Phillips looked away. "Sorry, what am I missing?" "Where are the brutes?" Telkamp demanded. There were brutes working out here. They were tending the gardens. Where did they go? Phillips' first thought was that they'd been killed or taken away wounded. He was about to suggest that when Telkamp caught his arm and hauled him into the plaza to inspect the scene for himself. Phillips had no choice now. He found himself looking down at the body, a male in his middle years, minus legs and part of his head. That smell, sweet metallic, but also tinged with ammonia and sulfur, struck him more than the glistening shreds of flesh. Somehow he managed to switch it off. He didn't realize he could do that. When he looked up, Telkamp had stalked away and was moving from casualty to casualty, grabbing troops by their shoulders and questioning them. "Where are the brutes?" he demanded. "Have you found any brutes? Where did they go?" He was right, though. The Jiralhanae had vanished. Not many had stayed with the Sangheili once the Covenant fell, but their abundance was suddenly conspicuous. Phillips struggled with the idea that they may have turned on their former superiors. Telkamp came striding back, jaws working angrily. "Not one," he snarled. "Not one has remained." "You think this was an uprising? Most of the brutes turned on us in the Great Schism." "Yes, but lots of them just took ships and went home too." "You seem to have missed the point, Phyllis." Yes, he really did make it sound like Phyllis, just as Vaz Beloy had said. Those extra jaws made explosive consonants hard going. "There is no affection between our species." "Perhaps they just ran for it," Phillips said. No, he didn't believe that. A brute had tried to take on Naomi and lost. Not that. He could share that with Telkamp. "We'll find them quaking in a cellar somewhere. I knew we should never have tolerated them. This is the worst possible timing." Ah, so that was his problem. Not that they dared to kill Sangheili, something that he was preparing to do himself, but they messed up his tidy insurrection. Yes, but how do you... Phillips never got to the end of his sentence. A bolt of energy hit the paving 20 meters from him, spattering him with pain, a painful, sharp grit, then another and another, bright as lightning. He dived instinctively to hit the ground, not that it would have saved him, and another alien sensation overtook him. Real fear, the absolute fear that he would die any second. His body ignored the conscious mind completely. It saved itself. He couldn't move. All he could do was listen to the crack and sizzle of energy rounds zipping past his ears. That was how close it felt. He could smell them, too, like paint burning on a hot radiator. Brutes, someone yelled. It's brutes. Filthy traitors. Kill them. Boots thudded near his head in outrage. One Sangheili kept shouting, Ingrates. To think we gave you food and shelter. Phillips tried to turn his head, looking for somewhere to take cover. Three Sangheili were still trading shots with someone above the walls. Was it a brute? He couldn't tell. He couldn't raise his head far enough to see. He just wanted the shooting to stop. He was sure he'd crap himself if he'd had to lie there in the open any moment longer. He was going to die alone, without even BB for company. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Get a grip, it's just seconds, Faz told me. You'll think it's going on forever, but it's only a few seconds. There was more zip and crack as the shooting continued. Then it stopped, and the echo around the walls seemed to go on forever, before being swallowed up in the roars and murmurs. Phillips didn't know whether to raise his head or stay down, but someone made the decision for him and hauled him upright by his collar. Telcam stared down at him, nostrils flaring, looking distinctly unimpressed. Those shots were nowhere near you. Phillips had had enough for one day. He'd been bombed and shot at. He'd seen people killed, and he was on his own, a long way from home. The novelty of playing spy games was over. It was a lonely way to end up dead. I'm going to go and find Kadan, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. More heavily armed city militia were streaming into the plaza now, arriving in all kinds of mismatched vehicles that parted the crowds. The mood had now changed from shock to anger, something Phillips was certain he could smell. My pilot. He went to the tavern. He'll be looking for me. I need to call and tell everyone I'm okay. Telcam still had a tight grip on his collar. And then what? Go back to the Arbiter's Keep? That's the idea. That would be an unwise choice of sanctuary, and you're well aware why. The closest that Phillips had ever been to a riot was a rowdy night in Sydney when the Aussies had won some rugby trophy, and the bars had started overcrowding, then overflowing into the streets. There'd been arrests, scuffles, deafening noises, and a few moments when he was sure he was going to get his head kicked in while simply trying to hail a taxi. He felt just as confused and alien as he did now. Just like that night, the hundreds, maybe thousands of Sangheili were a wall of muscle and hostility, not particularly aimed at him, but still volatile and potentially lethal. Then, something distracted them. Phillips saw every head turn simultaneously before he heard the shouts of the Jir-Ul. He heard shouts of Jir-Ul, Jir-Ul, brute, a play on the brutes, own name for themselves, and the Sangheili word for a lump of wood, A'ul. It was an ugly term of abuse. He could guess what was coming when a loud communal hiss like escaping steam swept through the crowd. He'd never heard that before, and wasn't even sure what it was, but the meaning was instantly clear, the kind of knowledge he'd never have gleaned in his lifetime's research in the safe comfort of his office at Wheatley University. The crowd parted. Now Phillips could see a brute struggling in the grip of two Sangheili troops, snarling and spitting, and the crowd closed in again, like a wave. The brute's snarls were drowned by Sangheili roars now, and Phillips couldn't see what was happening, just the ripples of movement. It was a lynch mob, but Sangheili didn't use ropes. They were carnivores, and they fell on the brute like a pack of dogs. Phillips let his imagination fill in the gaps. It was time to run. "I've got to go," Phillips said. He couldn't remember where the tavern was. He had to get out. "Jesus, BB, why pick now to break down? My radio's not working. I'll contact you later." It was hard to see what was happening because he was a lot shorter than the average male Sangheili. He was a child, lost in a dark forest, staring at the legs and weapon belts. Then the firing started again, but it was coming from the walls. He risked looking. As he risked looking around, he could see a lot more brutes with rifles. His belief in invincible elite superiority was waning fast. Bolts of energy sizzled through the air before an explosion sent debris flying. The blast was much further away on the north side of the plaza, but still deafening, still powerful enough for Phillips to feel it in his chest and ears. "Oh shit. There's your answer, Scholar." Telcam yanked him back toward the temple, so hard that his arm hurt. "You'll be safer in here." "Kadan will come looking for me?" "It's too late. It must begin now." Phillips struggled to match Telcam's huge stride. Somewhere at his back, all hell had broken loose. He didn't know if it was a pitched battle or just a crowd erupting in fury, but his legs had made the decision to keep moving away from the noise as fast as they could. What does? What's got to begin?" Telcam shoved him through the gate to the temple grounds. "What do you think?" "We have to bring the revolt forward, to strike before the brutes force us to fight on another front." Telcam slipped into English. He was fluent, trained as an interpreter for the fleet, and it was hard to tell whether he thought that Phillips didn't understand him or if he'd switched languages for some other reason. Cowards. Utter cowards. Why do they plant bombs? This is filthy. A sly habit they have learned from you humans. Terrorism. That is the word. Yes. That was the whole point of being here. Phillips had known the unspoken deal with Oni from the start. He wasn't here to study the Sangheili or build bridges with them. Oni's mission was to crush them before they regained their military strength. And he was the one man who could talk to them and gain their trust because he was so harmless. He felt like a complete bastard now. But then he thought of the billions of dead humans and Sydney in flames, and he talked himself back into knowing which side he had to be on. Terrorism, that's the word, Telcam. We're all doing it, one way or another. It's just semantics, and I'm good at that. "It works, though," Phillips said, catching his breath. He could hear the rioting, but the walls muffled the sounds, creating an illusion of safety. "Efficient, cheap. You can keep it up for years. You can learn a lot from us monkeys." Phillips was only saying what was factually true, and playing the game of planting the suggestion that Telcam might follow to benefit of Earth. But the monk rounded on him as if it was blasphemy. No. For a moment, Phillips thought he was going to shake him like a badly behaved child. That is not war. There is a line between catching the enemy off guard and being too cowardly to show yourself. I will not cross it. It defiles us. We fight for faith. Phyllis, we fight to restore what we were, to come close to knowing God's intent for us once again, not to make them shun us in disgust. Phillips had never really got used to the rules of engagement. He wasn't going to debate about them now. Telcam strode back into the temple lobby, pushing Phillips ahead of him. Monk warriors from former Sanghelios soldiers who'd found themselves purposeless in what was to them a sudden catastrophic peace were already sweeping up the blast damage and fortifying the temple again. How could he get word back to Osmond that he was okay? He had nothing with him except a broken radio. Not even a change of underwear. How was sitting in the middle of an unfolding civil war clueless and alone? He was sitting in the middle of an unfolding civil war, clueless and alone. He might be back on board Port Stanley in a few days, or still hiding in tunnels months from now. Or he might have been counting down the days to his death. Suddenly he realized he felt more real and more alive, more relevant than he had ever felt in his life. The thrill of it ambushed him. It wasn't fun, but the adrenaline had embedded, and the paralyzing fear had been replaced with an extreme focus. He liked the new feeling. It was sharp, bright, and intense. Everything around, sound, color, smell, every sensation in his body was now vivid and minutely detailed. Maybe this was what kept the UNSC buddies going. He understood them a lot better now. If he played his cards right, he might live to swap the tales with them over a beer. Telcam walked up to the table that had just been set upright again and slammed his fist down upon it to gain attention. Everyone stopped and listened. "Brothers," he boomed, "this is the work of the brutes, and irrelevance and annoyance. Are we all ready to fight?" "We are, Fieldmaster." "Are we set on our path? Does anyone wish to step back from the war to come?" Telcam was a monk who still believed in the Forerunners as gods, even if the San Shayun had been discredited as false prophets. But he also had a pragmatic political streak. Phillips had started to think of him as a medieval pope, a Borgia of a creature, both ruthless commander and devout bishop. The Sangheili was playing a bit of both at the moment. He looked from face to face to face, as if he was searching out the waverers before devouring them, and nobody twitched. "Are we ready to launch our assault?" "Close, Fieldmaster, very close." Telcam hit the table again, and dust jumped. So did Phillips. "Then that is close enough. Ignore the brutes. Kill any that get in the way, but focus on the main objective." He turned his head slowly from side to side to take in the whole room, suddenly seeming more like a swaying cobra. "The assault on Vadam must begin now." UNSC Intelligence Safe House, New Tyne, Venetia, March 25, 53. Me and my big mouth. As soon as Vaz Beloy said the name Naomi, he knew he'd regret it. But he couldn't stop himself. He just wasn't expecting to scroll through mugshots of Venetia's residence and undesirable sincere father's face looking out from the rogues gallery. Staffan Senska, terror suspect, colonial insurgent, ready to take a pop at Earth at any chance he gets. Senska was the one conspiracy theorist in a million who was actually right. His long-lost daughter really was alive, and the child of the police had brought back to him was an imposter, just like he'd claimed. He didn't know she was a Spartan, though, and Naomi didn't know he hadn't been killed when Sansar was glassed by the Covenant. Vaz sat staring at the datapad, wondering where the hell he'd start explaining this escalating disaster to her, or anybody else, for that matter. He thought Oni had finally done the decent thing by letting the Spartans know about their families. They'd been snatched from as kids and brainwashed to forget. But now it didn't look decent at all. It looked agonizingly messy. There'd be no happy endings and no healing reunions, not for any of them. Maybe she's better off knowing where she comes from. But it was too late for that. Naomi knew, and now he and the two men peering over his shoulder knew a lot more. Vaz craned his neck and looked up at Mel Gaffen for a reaction. Mal wasn't just his friend, he was a sergeant too, and Vaz had to admit a lot calmer when it came to these kind of situations. He didn't get angry. Vaz did. Mal just let out a long breath, hands still braced on the back of the sofa as he leaned over Vaz. The basement was a scruffy jumble of old furniture and high-tech comms equipment, with the dead, musty, muffed silence of a soundproof room. It swallowed every breath and every creak. "Well, bugger me," Mal said quietly. "Small world, eh?" Mike Spencer, the veteran intelligence agent who'd been posted here, frowned in that hang-on-a-minute kind of way that said he'd put two and two together and had come up with an embarrassing answer. Vaz was never sure how much Spencer had been told about anything. He was a military intelligence, but he wasn't Oni, and Oni was a law unto itself in the intelligence world. As far as Vaz knew, Spencer hadn't even been briefed about Kilo 5's mission to destabilize the Sangheili state. Just because they were all on the same side didn't mean that they all knew the same information. I shouldn't have said Naomi. Jesus, what was I thinking? You don't mean Naomi, do you? Spencer asked at last. If anything, he sounded bored, and that had to be an act. Spartan Naomi, the Valkyrie. Spencer wasn't the kind of guy to forget a name, and he certainly would not have forgotten Naomi. She was at least 2 meters tall, so pale that Vaz wasn't sure if she was a platinum blonde or a silver gray. She could take down an elite or a brute with her bare hands, and Vaz had seen her do both without breaking a sweat. She was a human. She was what a human could become if you took the smartest and strongest and pumped them up with gene therapy, ceramic bone implants, and the most intensive military training the UNSC could offer. Provided you did all that while you were still a little kid, of course. That was the heart of the problem as far as Vaz was concerned. It was a recipe for retribution, and he knew that day had to come. Yes, Naomi, Spartan 010. Vaz stood up and handed the datapad to Mel. There was a certain wisdom to stopping the digging when you were in a hole, but that would only make Spencer more curious now. That's her name, Naomi Senska. I've seen her file. Spencer nodded, still pretty relaxed. Yeah, I wondered when all that crap would come out. He didn't elaborate on what he meant by crap, and Vaz didn't know how to ask without revealing anything. The dirty details of the Spartan program had certainly come off as a shock to most of the Marines. I can see the resemblance now. That boiled look. You think he knows? It would explain his attitude on Earth. He worked out some of it. Mal narrowed his eyes a fraction. You know how they recruited for the Spartan program? I didn't need to know. But I do know some operatives declined to take part in the recruitment. I'm being heavy on the euphemism here. What happened to them? What do you think? This is Oni we're talking about, not an animal shelter. Oni really does put healthy dogs down. Vaz tried not to dwell long on that. Mal missed a beat. But only one. So you know they took kids, he said. I do know. Or I do now. Oh, Mal blinked a couple of times, finally caught out. We never learn, do we? Aw, come on, you're ODST, honest Marines. Just stick to low orbit jumps and shooting things, and you'll sleep much better. Spencer sloshed the dregs of his coffee around in his mug, and then took the datapad back from Mal. The question is whether Senska knows, or whether she does. She knows who her real family is, Vaz said. Do we tell her? Do we not tell her? Do we tell her before we tell Captain Osmond? What the hell's right? But this will be news to her. Spencer shook his head slowly and ruefully. We're going to miss the Covenant. Nice simple stuff. 1 jaw good, 4 jaws bad. Are you going to call him on this, Mike? Mal asked. No, because you're going to do it, aren't you? Vaz wasn't sure how to take that. There was another awkward silence. He could feel the vibrations of traffic from the main road beyond the walls. Old enemies were picking up where they'd left off before the Covenant had arrived and interrupted the long-running war between humans. Venetia had always been a haven for criminals and assorted outlaws. Now it was open house for any species with an axe to grind with the government. But it was suddenly seeming a much more theoretical problem than facing Naomi. Naomi had to be told one way or another, and Vaz would be the one to do it. She'd make a big show of being completely above all of the personal loyalty stuff, maybe even want to arrest her dad to prove that she put her duty first, just like the way she'd reacted to Halsey. That didn't mean it wouldn't hurt her, and Spencer was right. Killing hingeheads had been a blissfully simple kind of war. It had never felt or left Vaz feeling dirty. Devereaux here, guys, said a voice in his earpiece. I need you both up here pronto. Osmond's banging out. Mal's head jerked around. What's the problem? We've got an incident on St. Helios, and we've lost contact with Phillips. Christ, that's all we need. Is this going to be an extraction? Possibly. Now means now. Mal, move it. Spencer watched the exchange with mild interest, unable to hear the other side of the conversation. Is that Oz, Devereaux? Mal said, change of plan. We need to get back to the ship. Well, I better drop you off then, hadn't I? Spencer, cabs. We never close. Spencer began switching off the various screens and monitors in the shuttered basement. He didn't ask for details. When are you coming back? I'll tell you when they tell us. Never mind, I'll keep the scumbags warm while you're gone. Spencer had a hell of a lot of security devices to activate before he finally locked the front door behind him. There was no such thing as new Tyne as neighbors who minded their own business. Vaz slid into the back seat of a pickup and tried to look as normal as possible for Venezia, which actually seemed easier than fitting in on Earth. Everybody here looked what Mal called dodgy, so Vaz felt that the scar across his jaw came in handy. Nobody would work out that he got it trying to tackle a hingehead. It looked like the outcome of a bar brawl with a knife, and he had hoped it would deter any of the curious. Do me a favor, Mike. Mal slid into the passenger seat with his carbine half hidden under his jacket, finger inside the trigger guard. Hang fire on Senska until we get back. Wouldn't dream of shooting him without your permission. Seriously, this is going to be very awkward. I'll bet. Spencer started the engine and headed for the highway. The ancient warthog eased out into the traffic, weaving slowly around trucks until it pulled up to a stoplight at the center of the city. Vaz risked looking at the vehicle idling in the next lane, but the driver was a Kigyar. The assortment of species living side by side on Venezia was the only sign that this wasn't a regular colony. Not that Vaz had ever seen one of those before. By the time he got to the colony world, it was usually just smoking ruins or a glassy sheet of vitrified soil. The war with the Covenant had started long before he'd enlisted, and he was an Earth boy. Ugly bastards, Mal muttered. The Kigyar turned its malevolent heron gaze toward him like it had heard him. But it was just checking the traffic. You know how long it took me to get the smell off of my hands the last time I picked up a dead one? You know how long it took me to build up a working relationship with the ones you shot? Sorry about that. They still got Mivut out on you two for that, by the way. You know what that means, I hope? Yeah, Phillips did explain. A cash bonus for bringing back our skulls and cervical vertebrae. We're collector's items. Mal must have been more worried about Phillips than Vaz thought. Silence meant he was thinking about a bad situation. Swaggering humor meant he was trying not to think about it. Phillips was a clever guy with plenty of guts, but he wasn't trained for these kind of situations, and Vaz could only imagine what a hingehead could beat out of him, given enough time with a big stick. But they don't trust us anyway. You can't suddenly start trusting an enemy after you've been at war for that long. No, it's not about exposing Oni. It's what they'll do to Phillips. Phillips had a fragment of BB with him, or at least, and BB could always think his way out of a tight spot, but the fragment had orders to activate a lethal injection if Phillips found himself with no other way out. Vaz had lost a lot of comrades over the years, and had always suspected that one day his last bullet might be best saved for himself, but the thought of having to put a buddy out of his misery was much more than he had to cope with right then. Maybe BB would find it easier. You okay, Vaz? Spencer asked. You don't look so happy. This is a Russian elation, Vaz said. You should see me when I'm miserable. Spencer made a noise in his throat that might have been a laugh. There was a trick to driving a hog in a don't mind me kind of way, and he seemed to have it. Vaz noted that the old pickup variant had exactly the same degree of denting and neglect that most of the other vehicles here did. No more, no less, so that it simply merged into the cityscape. Spencer was driving briskly, not breakneck, but not hanging about either, and clearly watching everything around him without looking, as if he was staring at nothing at all. He simply moved his gaze casually scanning from side to side occasionally, checking in the mirrors, making it look perfectly normal. Vaz noted the technique. He decided he might need it one day. Spencer had probably been a spook for 30 plus years, and the guy didn't get to survive covert operations behind enemy lines for that long without exceptional skills. Am I ever going to get used to this kind of war? Spencer had known a time when the only enemy was the other humans. Vaz had not. Neither had Mal. Vaz wondered how hard it would be to fire upon his own species. The buildings thinned from offices and stores to houses now, and then melted into open land. Less than 30 minutes after receiving the call, they were grinding through scrublands on a dirt road, heading for the RV with Devereaux. The Oni dropship, not just any old Pelican, but a stealth variant, was laid up in a wooded gorge, out of sight of passing ships and vehicles. Stealth didn't mean invisible to the naked eye. Mal fiddled with his radio, and Vaz caught a microburst of the signal with his earpiece. Not that Devereaux needed a signal to start the engines. Vaz could already hear the faint whines of the drive before Spencer came to a halt. Spencer stopped under the cover of the trees. He had to live here, after all. I'll wait until you're clear, he said, just in case. Mal slapped him on the shoulder and jumped down from the passenger seat without a word. Vaz hadn't even secured the dropship before Devereaux started the lift. She skimmed across the tops of the gorge, putting as much distance between herself and New Tyne as possible before she had to hit the throttle and make the final fast climb out of the atmosphere. Vaz watched tops of trees streak past the cockpit windshield worryingly close. Mal stuck his head through the cockpit hatch, squeezing Vaz out of the way. You got a sit rep, Dev? How bad is it? How bad do you want? Phillips ran into Telcam, and Telcam asked him if he knew about Jula and Domna. Oh, Christ. So our cover's blown. No idea. There was an explosion, and the last thing Osmond heard over the radio was Telcam telling Phillips that it wasn't them, whatever that means. Devereaux paused, and the dropship suddenly shot up, almost vertically, making Vaz grab for a handrail. He should have buckled. Then she lost the signal. That was what came of playing a double game. A terrible game, in fact. Smiling at the Arbiter while aiming the religious zealots who wanted to overthrow him, as well as kidnapping one of the rebels who happened to get in the way. Well, Oni had certainly succeeded in keeping Singing Helios off balance. That was what Parangoski wanted. To stick the hinge heads while they were down. To kick them so hard that they could never get up again. Or bother Earth again. Vaz didn't have a problem with that. He was just finding it tangled. The patch of sky framed in the cockpit screen faded from blue to violet to black. They were clear of the planet now. Devereaux turned the shuttle over to the onboard AI, and with the tap of the control, she didn't look back over her seat. He'll be okay, Dev, Mal said. She sounded a little hoarse. Yeah. Her tone was resigned. Vaz realized he hadn't picked up something that Mal already had. So Devereaux was fond of Phillips. It wasn't until Vaz heard that slight crack in her voice that he realized it was more than a camaraderie concern for his safety. I mean it, Leanne. Mal's voice dropped to firm, quiet resonance. For the first time, Vaz had heard him call Devereaux by her actual name. There was a rock-solid, fatherly certainty about him now. He'll make it. He can talk his way out of anything in their alien languages. Chin up, kid. Devereaux just nodded. Somewhere in the glittering black void, the Oni Corvette Port Stanley lurked with an impatient captain. Spartan, who was about to get more bad news after a very bad week, and an AI who'd lost part of himself, along with Phillips. On the console, the navigation plot showed the ship and the delicate green mesh of lights. So how was your day? Devereaux seemed to be making an effort to be her chirpy self again, tracking down the bad guys. It was hard to answer, as Kilo 5's commanding officer, Osman, would have been told first, but then Naomi had the moral right to know before anyone else. On the other hand, Devereaux was ODST, 10th Battalion, one of their own. And Vaz didn't like keeping fellow Marines in the dark, even for just a few hours. He struggled with the news. Mal didn't step in or help him out. Well, we did, Vaz said at last, and it's complicated. Hangar deck, UNSC, Port Stanley, Venezia orbit. Pain was a strange sensation when you didn't have a body. BB was an entity of pure thought, beyond the reach of aches and injuries, but now he realized what a traumatic amputation had felt like. He'd been integrated with his fragment, while it was stored in Phillips's radio camera. Then there had been an explosion. The link had been cut, and it hurt. That was the only way he could describe it. It was the interruption of his thought process, unpleasant and disorienting, lingering. He felt something of him was missing and now gone forever. But I'm used to splitting off fragments and closing contact with them. I've got fragments wandering around Bravo 6 in Sydney, too, and I'm out of touch with that one at the time. I could split off a dozen more, no problem. This feels different. He'd been inserted into Naomi's neural implant just once, plugged into her nervous system in combat, so he knew what stress and adrenaline felt like to a human. Perhaps that was the cause of this. He was identifying too much with flesh and blood now. His existence, his body, and input and data suddenly pulling the plug was like having a chunk of him ripped away, leaving him in shock. Although it's all that I am, it's my blood. Data is my existence, like breathing. Without it, I am dead. It was also worrying to imagine what might have shut down the radio. Just a blast? Surely not. Oni kit was far more robust than that. Radios even went on functioning when their owner stepped on a mine. Well, there's only one way to find out. BB was spread around Port Stanley systems, performing billions of operations a second and monitoring events light years away. Each sensor was his eyes, his ears, his nose, and fingertips, but he could detect and interpret inputs far beyond human senses. He knew more than any individual man ever could. Uncertainty was a new and disturbing experience for him. Curiosity is wonderful. Ignorance isn't. Tart cart to Port Stanley. Put the kettle on. BB, ETA 4 minutes. That was Devereaux, forcing cheerfulness, but betrayed by the slight rise in the pitch in her voice. BB knew the dropship's position to 10 centimeters and exactly when he'd need to seal the interior bulkheads and activate the hangar doors. He wasn't the only one struggling then. Any news? No, BB couldn't hear a conversation going on behind Devereaux. Just broken snatches while she was transmitting, and too quiet for human ears to even pick up. Contacting the Arbiter's people requires some diplomacy. Oh, Devereaux said. Mal and Vaz were arguing. BB could detect the changes in frequency that indicated clenched jaws, muscles, and more rapid breaths. BB caught half a phrase from Vaz, his Russian accent more pronounced now, which meant he was angry. Me, then I will. Okay? Then tart cart out. BB was linked only to the dropship onboard nav now, talking machine to machine, while he monitored and adjusted his flight path. He speculated on what the rest of that overheard sentence was, and what had preceded it. Me now, me, then I will, usually preceded by if you don't. So if Mal didn't do something regarding Naomi, then Vaz would. Do what? Asking her something, telling her something, giving her something. The last crisis before the Venezia mission was unsealing Naomi's personal file. Ghastly stuff. Details that would disturb any woman. Even one who'd been trained and engineered to cope with the traumas that would floor a regular human. It had to be something left over from that. Naomi had asked Vaz to read her file and break the bad news to her. So, he was best placed to make the decision on what to tell her and when. Yes, that was what this was about. BB decided to keep an eye on things and make sure everyone else was okay. Or as okay as they could be under the condition and current circumstances. It was probably an authority thing. Mal was a staff sergeant and Vaz was a corporal. Vaz also had an inflexible moral streak, the sort that got him into arguments in the political world full of very gray areas. I wonder if I'll ever regret stopping him from shooting Halsey. The bulkhead warning lights flash now, and the seal's engaged. And the aft section of the hangar opened to the vacuum as the dropship maneuvered into position. Voice comms were still disabled. So they were still arguing. They knew BB heard and saw everything. That was why they'd once resorted to hiding under a cargo crate and communicating in silence. He thought they'd got over that by now and had started to trust him, so this had to be rather more serious. "Come along, chop chop," BB said. "Osmond is waiting to slip. We don't want poor Phillips to have to sit through the Arbiter's home movies any longer than he has to, do we?" Tart cart powered down. The deck clamps snapped up into place around her landing gear on the hangar floor, and the hangar began to repressurize as the doors sealed shut. The starboard side hatch opened, and BB caught the tail end of the argument before the ODSTs jumped out. "It's got to be her first," Mal said. "And if she finds out, this is about trust. And that's what... And what if she goes mental about it? Did you consider that? Then let's go mental. That is what OPs are for." Devereaux interrupted. "Hey, how about buttoning it?" The three ODSTs walked away from the tart cart with their jaws set. BB projected his blue-lit hologram right in front of them as they jogged up the metal steps leading to the gantry. He manifested as a box, plain and unadorned, because that's how he thought of himself. Not a surrogate human, but a black box. A complex and unknowable machine behind a featureless facade. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Because it's not all right with me." He wasn't used to being cut out of the comms loops on missions, and now there were 2 blank spots in his memory that was built to know and retain everything. "You need to shave." Mal glanced at Devereaux. "Yeah, Dev, ditch the mustache. Come on, BB, out of the way. I've missed you too." Mal seemed anxious to change the subject, and Vaz just went silent, jaw twitching with an unspoken objection. BB drifted ahead of them as they clattered along the passages to the bridge. "What happened to your fragment?" Mal asked. "I don't know. It went down at the same time Phillips did." "You don't sound right, BB. It's not a pleasant sensation." Mal slowed down and looked at him, as if he might have a look at Vaz. Organics need to make eye contact. There were times when BB had considered relenting and projecting some kind of basic face, eyes and mouth at least, to make humans more comfortable. But that wasn't who he was, and right now he felt a desperate urge to cling to his own sense of oneself. The squad had managed to cope with his box facade so far. "Did it hurt?" Mal asked. That was very perceptive of him. "Yes. You're an honorary ODST then. You've got a scar, you're in. Vaz has got one. Dev's got one. I've got one." "Yeah, he was shot in his ass while he was talking through it." Devereaux said, "Come on, we should be worrying about Phillips." That was exactly what they all seemed to be doing in that mock-aggressive ODST sort of way. Osmond was on the bridge with Naomi leaning back in her seat with her fingers digging into the armrest in anticipation of the jump. She hated it. Naomi sat in the nav console in her UNSC fatigues, a monument to stoic indifference. It didn't fool anyone. BB suspected she knew that all too well. Osmond glanced over her shoulder. "Okay, time to burn and turn, BB. Spin us up." "How did it go, Staff?" "We'll brief you when we've got 5 minutes, ma'am," Mal said, setting into his seat for the jump. Vaz shot him a slow, "I'll get you for that" look. "So what's the plan?" Well, by the time we reach St. Helios, Phillips might have resurfaced again, but let's assume he hasn't. It might not be easy to get down to the surface to find him, but I'd rather be there than here. We're up for anything, ma'am. I know I've asked the Admiral to enlist Hood's help, too. Osmond shut her eyes for a moment. It was probably more about steeling her stomach for the jump than despairing about things going wrong. We're giving them enough time to realize he's in trouble before we tell them we've noticed. Not that the Arbiter won't assume we've got our ways and means to stay in touch with him. BB was reaching to the end of the countdown. He ran a last-minute comm scan to make sure that there was no messages waiting before the jump started, and put Port Stanley out of comms contact. He took a sit rep of his fragments on Bravo 6, UNSC Sydney headquarters. It was keeping an eye on the other ONI officers and AIs at HQ. Everyone knew by now that Osmond was Parangoski's choice to succeed her when she finally retired as Synconi. But that didn't stop rivals jockeying pointlessly for position. While her back was turned, BB kept watch. All seemed quite quiet. Everything was under control, even Captain Hogarth and his irritating AI Harriet. There was also an interesting update from Parangoski on the initial findings from the Forerunner technology discovered in the Dyson Sphere. He'd pass that on to Osmond for leisurely reading later. 8 seconds, boys and girls. BB read the report while he timed the jump. The Huragok were already adapting Forerunner tech for Infinity. The nav systems that Halsey had discovered on Onyx could control the ship's exit from slipspace so accurately that they could predict exactly when and where it would emerge, no more jumping and hoping. Then perhaps Stanley would get that retrofit next. We're going to test the drive's theoretical maximum. Enjoy. Osmond let go of the armrests and clasped her hands at her lap. BB released the drive inhibitor, and the Corvette punched instantly into slipspace. And the stars in Stanley's forward view screen streaked into white lines and then vanished, leaving a truly black and featureless void beyond. Osmond sat staring in the absence of view for a few moments. Okay, she said. We know where Phillips was, and we've got enough positioning data from him to map the immediate area. BB, I want a projection so we can start planning if we have to insert ourselves to go look for him. It's going to be hard to do that covertly in this city, ma'am, Vaz said. We might not need to do it at all. She stood up, but BB noticed her put a carefully casual hand on the back of the seat to steady herself. She took a few minutes to recover from the jump. So what's happening on Venezia, staff? Mal's heart rate jumped, and so did Vaz's. BB could detect that simply by micromeasuring the visible pulse in their necks, these were men who didn't even sweat when they jumped from orbit, straight onto the battlefield, with just coffin-sized pods between them and the hard vacuum of space. He couldn't imagine what Venezia could do to rattle someone with that kind of composure. Ma'am, Mal said, we've got a unique problem. That's an unusual word for you, staff. It's an unusual situation. Just tell me they've not acquired orbital nukes. I think Spencer would have mentioned that, but we've got a complication that, well, it's something I think Naomi needs to hear as well. Osmond didn't even blink. Is it something I need to hear? Oh, yes. Like I've said before, we've got no secrets in Kilo 5. We've got to trust each other to do this kind of job. Mal half turned to Naomi and hesitated. One of those short human pauses that was an eternity for an AI. BB was used to knowing what was coming next. He thought far faster than any human, and his awareness was literally everywhere at once. But he had no idea where he was heading, or where it was leading. And in both, it scared him and thrilled him. Information. It was an AI's addiction. But Vaz got there first. He didn't seem to relish that. Naomi, he said, your father is still alive. He's on Phoenicia. BB was not expecting that at all. It shocked him. Not because her home planet had been glassed long ago, but because he didn't know already. He had missed this. He knew her background really well, the background of all the Spartan 2s. Somehow he'd overlooked something. He took 5 nanoseconds to trawl through all of his databases again, every casualty list, every criminal record, every census, and still came up blank on Senska. Now all he could do was observe Naomi and study the reactions. She was getting better at dealing with bad news. Like the ODSTs, she didn't turn her hair at operational surprises. But personal matters caught her off balance. She'd hold her breath and almost freeze for a second, then gather herself and look impassive again. She was doing that now. I don't know if I even remember him, she said at last. How come he survived, and why is he on Phoenicia? So this is what Vaz insisted he'd do if Mal didn't. He was going to tell her about her father. Bibi could see from the muscles twitching in Vaz's temples that the worst was still to come. He's part of the anti-Earth rebellion, Vaz said. He's on the terrorist watch list, Naomi. Chapter 2. Jesus. Chapter 2. I should have thought of this before, but what do Sanghili eat? I don't mean nutrition. We know their physiology well enough now to know how to keep them alive. I mean their cultural element in this. Which dishes comfort them? What reminds them of home and childhood? Don't think I'm going soft. I have my reasons for asking. Dr. Irina Magnuson, Oni Research Facility, Trevelyan. To Collation Services, Office of Naval Intelligence. Admiral's Inspection, UNSC Infinity, somewhere in the Oort cloud. Perengoski could tell everything about the warship from those first few unplanned, unguarded moments when she deviated from the inspection plan and wandered off on her own. Ma'am, the command bridge is this way. The young petty officer came trotting after her as she peeled off down an unlit passage in the opposite direction. It's easy to get lost in Infinity. She's nearly 6 kilometers long, and Perengoski carried on, walking, and held up her data pad like a security pass. I know, Richardson. I've got the blueprints. I'll be fine. Worry about Admiral Hood. You're going to want to take a supply trolley then, ma'am. The deck transit system's going to be down for a few hours, and it takes forever to walk around. Hang on. He had a point, so she stopped, leaning on her cane until she heard a small vehicle whir up the passage and stop just behind her. It looked like a narrower version of a golf buggy. Richardson jumped down from the seat and held out his hand to help her climb on. A perfect little gentleman. Thank you, Petty Officer, she said, giving him a wink. Now go and put a collar and lead on Admiral Hood. We don't want him getting into any mischief, do we? Richardson took the hint. She heard his boots fading behind her, listened to make sure he wasn't warning any engineering crew that she was heading their way, and started the buggy. If she'd read the deck plan correctly, she was heading for the engineering section at the stern in the opposite direction of the command bridge, located amidships. The Huragok would be there, and nobody was expecting her, least of all Catherine Halsey, a scientist who didn't exist on the ship that didn't exist. Perengoski could keep Halsey declared dead and out of contact with all of the Infinity's hand-picked crew for as long as she liked. Infinity had swallowed so much of the UNSC budget that Perengoski had to cooperate with the fleet and accept joint control. No wonder this ship cost so much. She could see it all around her. Every scrap of Forerunner technology that they recovered over the years had gone into Infinity. The ship should have been ready to deploy by now, but then something akin to a miracle had happened. Onyx had yielded a treasure trove of even more advanced Forerunner technology that the artificial world had held hidden. It made tolerating Halsey a few years longer worth the pain. No hijack and escape to Onyx, no game-changing refinements for Infinity. or the Huragok to install and maintain the items. The greatly improved drive speed and accuracy of slipspace navigation were just the first things plucked from the Dyson Sphere cache. There was no telling what other tactical advantages were still waiting for the Trevelyan crew to unearth. An excellent result, just what we needed. But you're still in permanent detention, Catherine Halsey, because I say so. The buggy gave Parangoski her own unexpected tactical advantage. Nobody could hear her distinctive gait and the tap of her cane. She rode down the passage toward a faint glow of light, a little too much like a vision of fading, tunneled consciousness for her liking. She shook it off, daring death to interfere with her plans, then checked her datapad for the latest on Phillips. Osmond was on her way now to sing Helios. There was no official word from the Arbiter yet. Parangoski couldn't simply call him and ask if there was anything he wanted to tell her. Not yet. Not yet, anyway. My responsibility, my idea to co-opt Phillips for this mission, so now is the time to see if it can actually present us with an opportunity. She drove past a few sealed doors and hatches bearing temporary warning signs like cabling out and safety gear must be worn. A ship in refit was a dangerous environment, after all. The lights at the end of the passage gradually resolved into details, picking out long horizontal runs of titanium conduits. Then she caught a glimpse of something delicate, translucent, and shimmering, with points of soft lilac and rose highlights, floating away in an instant like an aberration. As hard hats went, Huragok were extraordinarily pretty. Parangoski slowed down as she reached the next deck flat. A square, shouldered figure appeared, silhouetted in a brightly lit doorway ahead. A couple of crewmen walked across from an adjacent compartment and squeezed past him with a cursory glance. He wasn't their focus, and that tells me everything. Not that I didn't already know. Ma'am, you should have called ahead. It was Andrew Del Rio, wearing his captain's best blues. He wasn't a sleeves-up kind of CEO. I've got coffee and cakes laid on for you in the command bridge. Del Rio wasn't her choice of captain for Infinity. She'd learned to pick her battles, and had conceded this one. But she felt vindicated by observing his crew's body language. He was just something filling the uniform, a manager rather than a leader. They weren't in awe of him, and they weren't devoted to him. She could tell. She'd seen the way the crews looked at charismatic commanders, a real snap-to-it kind of willingness to please, very aware of a man or a woman when they were around. Del Rio would be obeyed and perhaps even respected for his fairness, but he would never be loved or gladly died for. He didn't have the Nelson touch. But that was fine by her. His first officer was Lasky. Tom Lasky deserves better than to play bagman to Del Rio. But this was where Parangoski needed him to be. And Exos had control over the things that most concerned her. She'd see that Lasky got a reward for his quiet patience later. I know I'm not where I should be, Parangoski said, easing herself off of the buggy. Del Rio didn't rush to help her. She wondered if it hadn't even crossed his mind, or if he was too scared of her to remind her that she was old and finally wearing out. I've come to see our little friends. How are they doing? Breeding, ma'am. Del Rio stood back and ushered her into one of the engine management compartments. We've got 3 more. Yes, I know they don't breed in a technical sense, but they certainly replicate and teach their offspring. Well, it's definitely a happy event. Huragok shared all their information, whether by contact or by creating Progency, a synthesis of all the technical expertise of the Covenant and the Forerunners. I'd call that an edge and a half. Parangoski counted 7 Huragok drifting around the compartment, all utterly absorbed with modifying controls. Their tentacles fascinated her. The tiny cilia on the tips were a blur as they worked, like flagella on microscope protozoa. The panel they were working on changed right before her eyes, rebuilt molecule by molecule in astonishing speeds. Infinity might have been the most advanced warship since the Forerunner fleet, but these oddly endearing organic computers were Oni's real prize. One of them requires adjustment, nicknamed Adge by BB, had been snatched from the Covenant's service. The others were straight from the Dyson Sphere, repositories of the original Forerunner technology, and cut off from all external content for millennia. And the Covenant certainly didn't have anything like that. Now we can crush the Sangheili, and they'll stay crushed. It was hard to tell one Huragok from another. Parangoski approached the creature closest to her, unsure whether to reach out and touch it to get its attention. In some ways, they were more like autistic children, fixated on their tasks, but she'd had glimpses into their personalities. They could be gently but stubbornly assertive. Gossip originating from the Spartan Threes said that back in the Dyson Sphere, one had actually smacked Halsey for interfering with work. Parangoski knew that urge only too well. She held up her datapad so that the Huragok nearest to her could see the screen. The creatures used sign language, so she would too. Courtesy costs nothing, but brought a great deal. "Are you perfect density?" she asked. Her screen translated the words into a flurry of tentacle gestures, courtesy of a custom-made software from BB. The Huragok turns its little multi-eyed armadillo head to peer at her, then gestured back. "I'm Ad," she sighed. The words were relayed to her in audio. "And I hear and understand your language, even if you cannot speak mine." Parangoski lowered her datapad. So he thought of himself as Adge now. Del Rio watched, arms folded, then seemed distracted by something at the other end of the compartment. Parangoski kept one eye on him as he walked over to the hatch in the deck and peered down. "My apologies, Adge," she said. In her peripheral vision, she watched Lasky climb up from the hatch on the far side of the compartment to join Del Rio. "How are you?" "I'm very content," Adge sighed. "I have new knowledge and great purpose. Where is BB? Where are the Marines?" It was an interesting question. "They're all on mission. Do you miss them?" "There was much I could have done for their ship. All left undone." Yes, in his obsessive Huragok way, he missed them. Adge would have been a useful resource to Osman. One day, we'll have Huragok on every ship, and then we'll end up putting explosive collars on them, just like the brutes did, in case they fall into enemy hands. They still lose. Del Rio could probably spare a couple of his Huragok for Osman in due course. Parangoski would see to it. "Perhaps we can arrange for you to finish that one day, Adge," she said. "I would like that." "So what have you done with our lovely new ship?" "Improved her slip space capability. Much faster, much more accurate insertion into normal space. Next we shall work on communications so that you can maintain contact from slip space. No need to drop out of slip space to send signals. How do you do that?" "By using the field to bypass and make ... Some of the words had defeated the translation software, leaving gaps as if profanities were being bleeped out. Parangoski found the idea of a Huragok swearing a blue streak wonderfully appealing. Lasky caught her eye. "They have physics concepts we don't yet have language for, ma'am. We're the dim kids at the back of the class." "Does Halsey understand what they're doing?" "No, and it's really getting to her as well." Parangoski was equally wary of anything she couldn't see for herself. But she'd taken far more than that on faith before. At least a Huragok had transparent motives. The Forerunners had created them with one overwhelming passion, to make things that worked, and to constantly improve them. That was good enough for Parangoski. They weren't going to misuse the budget, break the law, or be constant pains in the asses like Halsey. "I'm very pleased with your progress. Thank you, Adge." Parangoski gave Del Rio a pointed look. "And Andrew, very pleased too, aren't you, Andrew?" Del Rio's expression was unreadable for the moment. He seemed to have noticed the eye contact between her and Lasky. "They're doing a fine job, ma'am, and we take very good care of them." Parangoski risked putting Adge on one of his arms, found it smooth and cool, and walked over to Lasky with her hand held out for shaking. "You're my anointed on this tub, Tom. Remember that." Lasky took it with a smile. A wholesomely good-looking man, easy to like, easier still to trust. and nodded in the direction of the other Huragok, drifting around in the terminal with their tentacles working like crazed concert pianists. So the civvy contractors end up playing cards a lot, ma'am, he said, or relaying the carpet. I'm expecting union objections about aliens taking their jobs any day now. They're getting paid and hardly dying allowance and extra overtime. I just remembered them. They can be replaced. Just remind them that they can be replaced by gas bags that work for years. Extract. Speaking of which, how's Halsey behaving? You've not received the updates? I have, but I want to hear it from you. Lasky glanced at Del Rio for a moment, as if asking permission to divulge the unvarnished truth. He got the fanciest shrug in response. Well, she got the idea eventually, Lasky said, but she's still gripping about not having access to the Spartan 4s. She better not have access to anybody except crew authorized to know that she's still alive. No, we've nailed it down tightly, ma'am. I had to give her back her computer to extract some Huragok translation software, but I removed it again. I got perfect density to check it out for any program she could have possibly used to bypass security. And you monitor every system for breaches, whether she has official access or not. Constant surveillance. If she can hijack a ship and kidnap a Spartan, I treat her as an enemy prisoner who's making herself useful. Sewing mailbags, so to speak. Del Rio said nothing and beckoned to Perengoski and Lasky to follow him to another hatch in the deck. A much larger square one with a black and yellow warning tape adorning the removable grab rail around it. Del Rio pointed down, and Perengoski peered over the combing to see the top of someone's head 4 or 5 meters directly below, gray hair pulled back and taut in a ponytail. Catherine Halsey was working at a screen with a notebook and an old-fashioned pencil. To one side of her workstation, she didn't look up. Waving and calling, "Cooey, Catherine," seemed out of the question. Perhaps she couldn't hear what was happening above her. The hum of the aircon and the assorted noises of the adjacent compartments might have left her in her own little world. She certainly didn't look up. She's security chipped, Del Rio said, stepping back from the hatch. If she tries to enter areas of off-limits to her, the doors won't open. And if she wants to remove the chip, Lasky said, she'll have to gnaw her own leg off. Perengoski wondered how long it would be before she tried to persuade a Huragok to remove it. I wouldn't put that past her. How does she get on with the glass man? Perengoski didn't like the choice of chief engineer either, but he was the best technical man for the job. Any pissing contests. Yes, ma'am, and they're pretty well matched, Lasky said. She doesn't like being tasked by anyone below Admiral. She's obviously used to being a lot more gold-braided at her beck and call. So, she secured, everyone including the Huragok have been warned not to let her con them, and she's getting results. Lasky looked pained. Yes, ma'am. Good. I don't want her here any longer than she needs to be. The moment she's done, ship her back to Ivanov. Halsey was less of a risk, locked up on an Oni research station. The more people who knew, even those with top security clearance, the greater the chance of the news leaking. There was never a monopoly of information, not even for Oni. Still, no dedicated AI. Del Rio started to shake his head, but seemed to think better of it. Someone had obviously told him never to actually say no to her. I'm going to keep Ain until I figure the right one. She's used to ship refits, and she does things by the book. That's all I need right now, until we start working up. Well, you better choose a permanent one soon, Andrew, or you'll get one assigned, Perengoski said. Top-level AIs are my part of ship, and they don't grow on trees. Del Rio nodded, but he didn't look her in the eyes. He was probably thinking it was time she retired or had a grace to die. But even that wasn't going to save him from her scrutinies. Or Saren Osman's, when that day comes. So where's this coffee, she said. Let's see how the command bridge is shaping up before Torrance wolfs all the pastries. Lead on, Captain. Del Rio forced a smile and led her to the elevator, flanked by Lasky. Parangoski caught the XO's eye and just did a slow blink. "You've got it all under control, Tom." The ship's was all power, all refinements, her capability now far beyond the Covenant's even before its fall. They had nothing left to throw at Earth now, not unless the Forerunners decided to rise from the dead again. She was going to enjoy that cup of coffee. ONIRF Trevelyan, formerly the Forerunner world known as Onyx. The perfect blue sky that Jewel and Domna could see from his cell was as big a lie as any of the humans had told him. Humans deceived. It was their defining feature, their strategy of choice, and it had brought him to the forsaken place that he was at. But it was also the key to how he would escape. He simply didn't know exactly how. Not yet. His life was now lived in a room 20 paces wide by 25 paces long, with one large window that he was still evaluating to see how easily it might break. There was no Forerunner building. It was a prefabricated box of steel frame composites, panels created by humans, whose flimsy artifacts could usually be smashed. But where would he go once he escaped this room? How would he find a ship to leave this planet? These things were possible, he was sure. But there was one fact he had gleaned by accident. This world wasn't a planet at all. It was yet another Forerunner construct, an artificial world the humans called a Dyson sphere. One of the guards had told him that there was no point in trying to escape, because the sky he was looking into was just a solid roof. Its blue perfection and occasional clouds just an illusion. Jewel recognized the word sphere because the guard had drawn a circle in the air with his fingers and set it. And the translation device had provided the Sangheili word for globe. Sphere, Jewel practiced the SF sound. It was easier to say than ipsis. He tried to make when pronouncing Phillips. Where was the little maggot now? And that arrogant AI that floated around looking like a box? It didn't matter. If Phillips ever crossed his path again, he would kill him. He wasn't even a soldier. And the AI, that was a device, a tool of no more consequence than a hammer or a blade. It was beneath Jewel's dignity to even think of its destruction. The humans got into this sphere. They must be able to get out again. So I can too. Jewel stood at the window, trying out that ipsis sound again, while he stared up at the sky, trying to picture a rust-red planet that he called home. If he shifted his focus a little, he could only see flecks of saliva on the glass. Then somebody rapped on the door, and that act was yet another lie. He wasn't a guest whose privacy was respected, but a prisoner of the Office of Naval Intelligence with no choice over who was admitted to his cell and who was not. He concentrated on Rhea. His wife would be frantic to worry by now. Would she talk to Forza, retrace his steps, make the link with Telcam and his human associates? She was ferociously intelligent. She could do all of this. But how would she know where he was now, if he didn't even know himself? All he knew was that it was called Trevelyan, and it was lies upon lies upon lies. "Jewel, it's Dr. Magnuson." The woman's two voices were muffled by the reinforced steel door. He knew it was reinforced because he'd rammed it with his shoulder a few times. "Are you going to behave today?" He paused. Magnuson would not be alone or defenseless. Jewel understood her not because she spoke Sangheili like Phillips, but because she wore a translation device. She tended to whisper in her own language, so that the synthesized Sangheili voice was much more audible. Jewel decided to humor her. "Thank you, Phillips. You taught me that there was no shame in submission if it served the long game, the wider strategy. So how fast we learn. This is how you make us even more dangerous than the enemy." I shall behave, Jewel conceded. He cocked his head and listened for the click of the lock as she deactivated it. If you tell me why the sky is blue. The door opened. Irina Magnuson, light-haired and wearing a gray one-piece suit, was small, even by human standards. Their females were usually markedly smaller than the males, but they still took up arms and served up in the front line. Jewel had killed quite a few in his time, and it had never troubled him, although he was aware of the human taboo against killing women and children. Throughout their history, they seem to have taken very little notice of that themselves, though. And both women and children were capable of killing, so they could never be ruled out as a threat. Jewel decided that trying to understand human morality was a waste of time at this point and better spent planning an escape. Rayleigh, scattering. Magnuson carried a pile of a pile of papers and a portfolio and a data pad. She also had what looked like a small walking stick tucked under her left arm, a weapon that would give Jewel a powerful electric shock if he got too near her. Exactly like the one the Spartan called Naomi had used on him. Perhaps you credit a Sangheili scientist for discovering the phenomenon, but we name it for John Rayleigh. An armed guard followed her into the room and stood, barring the door, hands clasped behind his back. Jewel was beginning to filter out the human language and listen only to the Sangheili translation generated in the good approximation of Magnuson's own voice. But he forced himself to pay attention to the English. There would come a time when he'd need to understand that just as much as he could. I meant this sky, he said. This isn't a real world. It's a hollow ball. Magnuson laid out her papers on the Sangheili-sized desk. They seemed to have gone to some trouble to make him feel less uncomfortable. It's a very big hollow ball built around a star, and it has an artificial climate. So it's still caused by scattered light in the blue wavelength. And the Forerunners made this? Sit down, Jewel. They made stars. He sat, but not because she commanded it. He still towered over her. He could reach out and snap her neck without even rising from this chair, although he knew the guard would cut him down within a heartbeat. And there's not enough stars already? Billions upon billions? Why build another? We're still exploring, she said. Maybe the star was already there. It's hard to be sure, but the sphere's main purpose was as a shelter from the flood or the halo array. It's well sealed. And no sign of the Forerunners? What makes you say that? They're long gone. Magnuson seemed more interested. Humans had these little gestures that gave everything away. She leaned forward a little, pupils dilated, and she blinked more frequently. They're your gods. Not mine, Jewel said. He'd lose nothing by telling her some truth. He wanted her to tell him some in return. The deal usually works on Rhea. Gods don't die or forget to return. Gods choose better prophets than the Sanshayum too. Do you believe in any gods? No, but I'm prepared to be persuaded if one should appear. Magnuson gave him that odd look, wrinkling her nose and pulling her brows together. Something that Jewel associated with human disapproval. But this was something different. Her lips curled and her teeth glinted. Jewel didn't like human smiles. They were yet another lie, an expression of happy harmlessness that was actually the barring of things. Very wise, she said. I'd ask for proof as well. What do you want from me? The Covenant has been destroyed. You hold peace talks with the Arbiter. What use am I to you? Ah, you're unique, Jewel. A live Sangheili off of his home territory. I don't think we've ever had one before. Who knows what we can discover about one another? The last time humans sought information from me, he said, one of your Spartan demons used electric shocks to do it. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Spartans aren't known for the diplomacy. You still require something from me, or else you would simply have killed me and silenced me. It's usually information. You tell me what will happen to me if I don't comply, or offer me some incentive if I do. That's how you work, yes? What intelligence will we need from you? We know where your homeworld is. The Arbiter is hosting human guests in his keep. You no longer have a fleet, and you've acquired Huragok engineers. Or we've acquired Huragok engineers. Magnuson sat back now in her seat. They're living blueprints. Everything they've ever built or modified. Every ship, every weapon. We ask nicely, and they just give us the details we need. Jules simply sat and stared at her. It wasn't his job to beg for answers. She'd grow tired of this game and get to the point sooner or later. He used to think that he despised humans, but he'd come to realize that he was afraid of them. Not because they were stronger, but because they were like bacteria, persistent and adaptable, breeding and multiplying and spreading, until they've overwhelmed by sheer numbers and infected everything. He dreaded them now like the plague. And the Forerunners feared the flood would overwhelm the galaxy. They should have worried about the humans too. Did they encounter humans on Earth? When they landed and built their artifacts? They should have seen the warning signs. Gods didn't make that kind of mistake. Thel the Dam is not entitled to call himself the Arbiter, Jules said at last. He is a traitor. He'll be overthrown. And then we'll come for you and finish this job that we started. Because you'll spread across every planet, just like the flood if we don't stop you. Jewel had almost forgotten about the guard standing in front of him at the door. For a moment he glanced at the man and noted he seemed oblivious to the conversation going on at the table, just staring at the point somewhere on the wall facing him. Then he touched his finger to his ear, and Jewel realized he was listening to something over his radio. The guard moved up behind Magnuson and tapped her on the left shoulder and motioned to her to switch off her translation device. She nodded and spoke with him in quiet English words that Jewel couldn't follow, except the two words saying Helios, whose meaning was clear, and hingeheads, which he recognized but still didn't understand. Whatever the guard had told her had made her smile. For a few moments, she twiddled the stylus between her fingers, reading the papers laid out on the table in front of her, and then touched the translation device on again. Things are getting quite tense on St. Helios, she said. There's been a bomb attack at one of your cities, and reports of Gerald Hanai attacking the St. Heli. I thought that might cheer you up, seeing as you've been planning a revolt. So Telcam had made his move. Jules' first thought was worry for Rhea, and his second was frustration that he wasn't there to fight. And I said Vadam would be overthrown. I should hope so, Magnuson said. It's costing us a fortune to arm your insurrection. Yes, your friend Telcam knows he's being bankrolled by Oni. Still, we did get a Huragok out of it, so I was right at least partly. Jewel had seen the female shipmaster, the one they called Osmond, delivering arms to Telcam. But he hadn't realized the monk had known exactly who he was dealing with. Jewel had been so sure that Telcam was being duped. How could a fanatical member of the Abiding Truth strike a deal with the enemy? Everybody seemed to be abandoning their senses. What did he offer you in exchange? Jewel asked. We agreed to stay out of each other's keeps, so to speak. We helped Telcam move the Arbiter and set up a religious state. You agreed to stay away from humans. Magnuson was still fidgeting with that stylus, twirling it slowly between her thin, worm-like human fingers. But it's capability that counts, not intent. I'm afraid we have to make sure you can never threaten us again, no matter how many assurances you give us. We're rather unforgiving when it comes to things like attempted genocide. Jewel should have known better than to expect anything else from the humans. They were incapable of giving up their expansionist habits. The Arbiter was a fool, as Jewel suspected, and thought he could trust them when they say things would be different. This was exactly what he made Jewel join the coup against him. We should have wiped you out, Jewel said. We could never coexist in our galaxy. But you never got the chance. Magnuson did one of those tight smiles. The one that showed no fangs but oozed contempt. Nor will you ever get one again. I agree with you. One of us has to go. And my job is to make sure it's not us. You've lost hundreds of warships. You can't possibly threaten St. Helios. Oh, come now, Jewel. You know it won't be that old-fashioned. You're already sliding into civil war for the second time in a year, and we're Oni. We do things differently than Admiral Hood. None of that Nelsonian square-jawed stuff. The translation software didn't manage to interpret the last few words. Jewel heard only the English. Magnuson pushed back from the side of the table and got up to wander around the room. What could possibly do for her that was of any use? Unless this was all a bluff, unless the humans had no intelligence at all or functioning warships, then all Ju knew was that Oni seemed to know already. In fact, they knew more than he did. For a moment, he found himself distracted by the idea that the Forerunners could have built stars that dwarfed the technology of the Halo arrays. Millennia later, no civilization had ever come close to that. What else had these not gods been able to do? I don't like the food here, he said, changing the subject. It upsets my digestion. The more you tell us about your native foods, the more I'll be able to get supplies that'll suit you. I thought you were satisfied with the meat. I am, but the grain gives me gas. Wheat, you mean? Wheat. Yes, the grain the Kigyar grow. That's the Sanghili crop. Can you not acquire some of that? Magnuson smiled again and sat down. I never saw your people as farmers. We're not. The Sanshayun kept us supplied. And what farms we had, still, were maintained by alien labor. So you're having to learn to take care of yourselves again. No hired help in the fields? No Huragok to build or repair your machines? Jewel felt a little mocked. We are, and we are succeeding, he said indignantly. Could this creature survive without the trappings of technology she didn't understand? And my wife believes self-reliance is the key to regaining our military greatness. Magnuson just nodded. We'll find some of that grain for you. What is it called? The Kigyar name it Irakan. She pressed the end of her stylus, making a click, and pushed it across the table to him with a sheet of paper. Give me a shopping list. Again, the translation failed. Write down a list of common foods. I'll do what I can. Jewel fumbled with the stylus. It was short and slender, far too small for the Sanghili hand. Eventually, he managed to grip it, like a dagger, and held the paper steady with his free hand while he scrawled some unsteady ideograms. It looked like a child's first efforts, and he was embarrassed. Perhaps Magnuson didn't know what passed for neat handwriting in an alien system. He pushed the paper back across the desk to her and watched her frowning at the shapes with her eyes scanning. And that's where we'll call it for today. We're on page 54. Thursday War. So far, I don't know how I feel about it. It seems like it's setting up a lot of groundwork. It's a very, very busy. Not upset about it. It's cool. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't mind the way that this Karen Travis writes. I think she's a pretty decent author. And yeah. Well, I got. Let's what do we say? We finished on page 55, and it's 449 pages. So 9 episodes ish, maybe a little more. Good read. Thanks, Jimmy. The book daddy loves to read. I got started. I was a little shaky on the start there. Just if some of the words, there are a few words that I definitely did not recognize, so I hope that I didn't butcher them too far. Hey, what's up, Woofy? How you doing, buddy? Let's go back and see what everybody has been saying this morning. You know, on a Kindle, you can control the font size, Grandpa. Thank you, older guy. Kevin. Richardson is such a good gentleman. Okay. Fraban, thanks for chatting. This is 10 out of 10 content. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you and welcome to the awesome. Um, some points in there sound like an Oni officer reading sternly to me. I tease. Um, book, book broner. How nice, Timo. How nice, book broner. Um, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot of Oni officers just talking. And I feel like I can, just read my normal self, deadpan that, and it comes out pretty, um, you know, pretty authentic. You started narrating an audiobook as well, but you find that it's easier doing one paragraph at a time. I think it probably is easier doing one paragraph at a time, but the problem with that is like then you lose the authenticity. I think that one of the things that some of the people come back for is the fact that I break down and cry authentically during the books, during parts of like great loss or, great emotion. And it surprises me as well. As a disabled veteran, the emotion that comes from me is confusing and cumbersome because I am not well equipped to share it with you. I explain to my friends and to people who inquire that as a disabled veteran, emotions for me have become difficult. Uh, the best way for me to explain it is if you've ever bought a brand new house, or if you've ever lived in a brand new house, if you've lived in a house that maybe is a few years old and has not been messed with yet, this also works. But the idea is that somewhere in your space is a breaker box, a panel that distributes all of the electrical into the rest of your house. The day that your house was built, that panel was absolutely perfect. All of the breakers were labeled, and they were labeled appropriately. One said kitchen lights, one said stove, one said house furnace, one said water heater, and so on and so forth. When you come back from the military, they have taken that breaker box that was fresh and wonderful and undamaged, and they have done things like, well, nobody needs lights in the kitchen because we don't cook anyway. So we're going to take this power and stick that into somewhere else. And so you come home and your breaker box is broken. Like everything sort of still works, but all the signals are mixed and crossed because of your military experiences. And so I do things that I don't understand, like cry when the national anthem is played. Or, break down when I read Halo books that experience loss and war in some parallel of authenticness that drives a chord in my soul. It's it allows you guys to have an unrestricted window into the turmoil that I've experienced in my existence. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but taps is hard too. That's right. But you guys get to experience that in a really unfiltered way when I'm reading these books. And I think that that's kind of therapeutic actually because I experience those things and I think that those moments create healing. They create betterness for not just me, but I'm sure some of you as well. Because they allow me to address things that I experienced in my wartime and my service that I still have not yet unpacked, things that I don't even talk to people about. And I think that that's the honest truth. And I think that that's why I continue to read through these books with you guys, not just because you guys find it as one of the most popular things that I do, but also because it helps and it allows me to absorb Halo in a more different and wonderful way 20 plus years into the show. And I enjoy that as well. Anyway, I appreciate you guys, and thank you for listening to the first episode. I gotta make sure that I fix that.
Now drink your drink.
Just so happens, I had the tidiest little bit of coffee still in the bottom of this cup. Here's what we're gonna do. The game is loaded up. You can hear the sounds. I got people joining me already. We're gonna switch to the game cam so you guys can see it. I'm gonna run into the house.
Now drink your drink.
Thank you. Thank you again. I'm gonna run into the house. I appreciate you. Thank you, Woofy. I really
drink your drink.
Okay, I'm gonna run into the house and I'm gonna reboot this coffee. And then we're gonna play some Halo is the plan. You're good-hearted, tough as nails, motherfucker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I you know, I'm humbled. I'm humbled that you guys are here and you appreciate the content and enjoy it. It means the world to me. So thank you very much. Yeah. Well, shit. Let me stop fucking around and go reboot my coffee so that we can start burying Spartans on the ring, huh? Big squeezes. Thank you, 00. I can't again, you guys. It's you guys. You guys are the best. I'm here for you. Anyway, sit tight. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Hey, thank you for the follow, Esposito, and welcome to the awesome. You're going to watch the chair for a second, unfortunately, because I'm going to go reboot this coffee. And we're going to play some Halo together and jump in the Discord. We're at 1,282 follows, 12 viewers right now. 1,282 out of 1,400 is our big next goal. We're sitting at 42 subs. Our goal is 10% of our followership is our running sub goal for Twitch. If you're interested, you can just go ahead and sub. If you have Amazon Prime, and you've connected it to your Twitch, there's a free sub there that you can just give to whoever your favorite is, and I hope it's me. We're looking for all those soap opera moms out there who are bored watching soap operas. They could come and watch us make funny faces, kill people, have fun, and now we have Sandwich Rain, which is the coolest thing ever, thanks to Oakham. We're at about 140 subs on YouTube today. And thank you, YouTubers. You guys continue to grow, and it's amazing. I'm grateful for every one of you. Anyway, give me a second. We're gonna reboot this thing and hop in the Discord and start out the fun. Long may it continue. Boy, I hope it does. Good Lord. Anyway, give me a second. I'm grateful for you guys. I'll be right back. Robot elite body. Robot arm. Thank you, Krampus. Thank you. Can't forget my coffee cup. I'll be right back. See how fast that goes. One more second. All right. Have I got a story to tell you guys? Sensei Blaze, hey buddy. I'm glad that I got the lurk command in for you because, you know, I just added that for you guys so you can enjoy it. Welcome to the awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Check it out. So I got this story for you guys. I went and I looked at a Ford Bronco yesterday. And we're gonna go to the face cam for this because and I'll jump into the Twitch. Poor Kevin is gonna have to hear about it again. Good morning, boys.
Afternoon or evening?
Afternoon, evening. Was it important, Kevin? Do you want me to come back so you can finish your thought? Was it stream appropriate? I have a firefight I was hoping you would be willing to try today. It's an 8-player firefight. Yeah, if you want to come into the Discord woofy and hop into the party, we could give it a shot one good time. That sounds fine. I'll be happy to entertain your wiles for a few moments, I suppose. Kevin, you get to hear the story twice because feels bad, man, for you. But not really. You guys can see me in the big face right here. I got to turn on my watch and get everything going anyway. So I've been talking about the Bronco. We went and we test drove the Bronco last night. Went out and drove it. Okay. Got to the dealership. We scheduled a time to drive the car. We got there. They weren't even ready for us to be there. Like, I checked in at the front desk and I'm like, I have a 5 o'clock appointment. And they're like, who are you? And I'm like, and I look around the dealership and there's like 8 salesmen sitting with nobody. There's only like one other person on the lot trying to buy something. And I'm just like, so then they give me a salesman and we walk out and he's a young kid. He's all right. And we get to the Bronco and he's like, I got to pull it all out of the lot. So he backs it off of the front because it's parked up against the road and there's like a bar, so you can't steal them or whatever. Anyway, backs it out, puts it in the middle, leaves the keys in it running and steps out and just leaves one door open. Like we're just going to hop in it and go drive. And so I thought that was interesting. I didn't bother turning it off. I just let it idle. I was like, it's not my gas. I don't care. And so then we opened all the doors. We walked around. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys this. This is silly. I wish I had taken pictures of it. Because I wish I had taken better pictures of it because the way that they designed this thing is kind of weird. As far as the back seats are concerned, they fold down so that you can store things in the back. But the way that they fold down is like, it's not really like a lot of other seats that you would expect. So a lot of seats, Ford seats, fold down. They either fold like in half and then usually will flip up on like a front hinge and they have like hooks in the back and that allows them to create a flat space for you to store things. These do not do that. These, you have to pull a hook lever on the bottom seat and that seat will pull forward and then fold up against the front of the back of the front seat that you're sitting in. And then the upright back seat will then fold down flat into the space where the bottom was at and become a flat space. It's not intuitive at all. Like, my wife and I, it took us like the first time that we laid the seats down with the dealership guy, he didn't even know that that's how they went. Like, he was just like, you just pull this top thing and they fold down. And then when they fold down that way without doing it right, they're like at a 45-degree angle, so there's no way to store anything on them. So it was like really, really dumb, right? And then It sounds once you know, Nikki, what it does, it's not as bad as you like. Once you know that that's the way it is, it's not bad. But um when you're first looking at it, it is 100% like you said, needlessly complicated. And so I wish I had taken a picture of it because they don't actually even show a picture of the seats in that Bronco folded down the right way. And I wish I had taken a picture. So we took it on a test drive. We get in the car. Like, Lena and I look at it. We walk all around it. We're looking at the door panels. We're looking at everything. I'm going to tell you that they look pretty durably constructed. Most of the panels, because it's a Bronco, they leaned really hard into more metal. So like when on the inside of the doors, you get like a panel up at the top where the window is at that is like looks like it's printed, possibly 3D printed out of like an ABS or some kind of really high impact plastic, and that is like the trim piece on a mostly metal door. Like it's metal on the inside. It's got an armrest that's plastic, so it's very bare bones. The Bronco, even the fully loaded Broncos are built this way. They're more like a Jeep or old Bronco from the '60s. They're supposed to be similar to that. So they're very Spartan inside. They still have uh electronic windows and door locks, which I think is cool when you leave the doors on. The roof, all of the panels are easily removable, and it's intuitive to take them apart and put them back together. The Bronco comes with a toolkit that is built specifically for that purpose. I didn't test the full turning radius because I just didn't think about it, but it had a pretty good turning radius. It's 4-wheel drive. It had a fair amount of pep in it. My wife compared the two-door Bronco to my Mustang, except a truck. She was like, "This feels like your Mustang to me, except in a SUV kind of." And I told her I love it because we could go to the beach in it on a sunny day, take all the top off, and just go to the beach in it, like old Bronco style. And she was like, "But I don't like my hair flying around in the wind." So, all cool for me, less cool for her. As a matter of fact, she even thought that she was going to like it more than me. That's pretty standard for here in the UK. The complication of the seats is pretty standard. Is that what you're saying? So, anyway,
I'll agree with that. I've had a couple vehicles that have that exact same seat design.
exact same seat design. It's really interesting. Like I said, so we got in it and we drove it, and one of the things that we immediately noticed was that we were try to get a big picture of this for you guys so you can see it. Oh, here we go. Well, that's kind of shitty. There we go. All right, I'll share this with you guys. Where is? Come on. Oh, I want to go back to game capture. That's this one. And then we want to go like this. Okay, so this is the Bronco. You don't need to know any of this crap. This is the Bronco. So we were looking at a blue one. These are the seats. The other thing that my wife bitched about is that because there's no back door, it's only a two-door. The only way to get into the back of this thing, if the top and the windows are on it, is to pull the seat forward all the way to the dash and climb in behind the seat, like all of the 80s cars that I grew up with. So to me, I didn't really have an issue with that. I thought that was fine. my wife was kind of like, I don't think the kids are gonna like this, and I was like, well, the kids are gonna be gone someday. Anyway, here's the back. These are the seats. The other issue we had is in this space. It's really hard to see in this car. Let's see if there's a better picture of it. Oh, here's the seats from the inside. So to fold these up, there's this tab right down here by the mouse, and you have to pull that tab, and then this actually slides forward. And it slides forward and drops like a quarter of an inch. And then you pull this tab, and this automatically lays down on top of it. That's the way that he told me to do it, and that is wrong. When you pull this and it slides forward, you tip the back up, and it lays in this space vertical right here against the back of your front seat. And then this lays down flat, and then you get the whole flat back. And that was cool. Lena was okay with that, except for the fact that she said because she's short, she can't reach this up here. So she would actually have to crawl into the car and get up in there to pull that to lay it down if she was by herself. And she didn't really care for that much. Cup holders I thought was cool. No center armrest, but you're not rubbing elbows. They're really wide seats in the back. The padding here is a little less than because they're like, the seats are like flat like this. It's like a metal frame seat, I think. She's
only small.
She's small. This is what it's like from the back, whatever. And then the other complaint that she had was that, and you can't see it in this, unfortunately, is okay, you can sort of see it here. This is closer. So this space here with the back and the window closed is only like behind the top of the headrest is probably only 4 to 6 inches. And at the bottom, you've got probably 18 inches of space. So it's a very vertical diagonal storage situation. Like you could maybe put an old school subwoofer, like 212 side by side at an angle with a bypass box in there and an amp if you really wanted to live in the 80s again, you know, in that space. But it's like not like I would have to put the seats down to take the dogs anywhere. So immediately she was like, so you can take 1 kid and 2 dogs, or more aptly, 2 dogs and no kids, or 2 kids and no dogs. So this actually is less efficient to carry things in than my wife's Kia is. The Kia that she drives now. And so I thought that was really interesting. And hold on, the Little League is texting me. The field is shot. Okay, so anyway, so that was kind of the thing. So my wife and I, we looked at it and we were like, the big reason why we were still looking at this car is because it's because it fits all of the needs. We need to have a car that can tow. You know, eventually I'm going to own a boat or a camper or both. I want to get a trailer or a dolly that will allow me to tow my Mustang to the track, because that car is going to become my Sunday fun day car when I get a new thing to replace it. I want something that's comfortable for my family and my friends. It'll sit 4 adults comfortably. Game Loaded was going to invite and promote you. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Do that. We're going to join a Forge map and test that with Woofy for him before we firefight before we play anything else. And what is the weight? What is the towing capacity of a CX-5? We looked at dual cab pickups, right? But the problem is that right now we're kind of in an interesting spot because we're considering basically Chevy Ford. That's it. because if it's made in America, it's cheaper to buy right now. And I don't want to make it political. That's just what is incentivized in America right now because of what's going on globally with the economy. And so I had been watching this Bronco for like, everybody knows I've been in love with the Bronco. Like just love it. Hey, there it is. Windows G. So, you know, it's been one of those things where I have you on my friends list, right, Woofy? Let me see here. I'm pretty sure there you are. Here we go. Join with fire team. So anyway, 4,630 pounds. Okay, well that exceeds the Bronco by a little bit. Is it, and it's 4-wheel drive? Yeah, okay. Because I told my wife, I said, because we talked about buying another Seltos as well, which is what we already have. And it's within our price range, and I would be more than happy to just go ahead and start it, Woofy. You don't even have to make me the party leader. You can just start the thing. It's fine. I'll promote you.
We need different teams.
No, I'll let Woofy figure it out. Just set it up and then check behind the waterfall. Everyone to Eagle, please. Oh, everyone to Eagle. Check behind the firewall. Okay, let me figure this out. Custom games, create match. Okay, here we go. Everybody to Team Eagle. Roger. Oh, there you go. Got it. So so I'll look at it, but we had a lot of reasons for looking at what we were looking at and doing what we were doing, and I've always wanted a Bronco. But the one thing that I want to highlight about this is, like, every car I've ever bought, new or used, I've, like, gone and I've driven it. And while I'm driving it, I've always got a smile on my face. I'm always happy. When my wife and I drove the Bronco for the first time, here I am sitting in this thing, and it's a truck. It's like a truck. And I'm reminded of my childhood. And I'm driving it, and I'm looking at the amenities. Like, it doesn't have heated seats. It does have power windows and power doors. Again, I like that all of the connectors, so when you take the doors off, the connectors are easily disconnected and waterproof because it's meant to have the doors off. You know, it looks like an old all these reasons that I love it. And then I drive this thing down the road, and it feels like an 84 Ford Ranger to me while I'm driving it. Like, it feels like the very first car that I ever had. And nostalgic as that is. That thing had crank windows, though. As nostalgic as that was, I'm looking at my wife, and she's looking at me, and I'm like, do you want to drive this? Because it's important that you drive it if we're gonna buy it. If we're going to make an offer on it. And she looked at me with this face that I could only say was like, please don't even make me try to drive this because I'm not very impressed. And I felt bad because the guy from the dealership was sitting right behind me in the back seat along on the test drive where we're trying to have this conversation about this car. And every time I'm asking him a question, he can't even answer what the questions about the car that I want to know. So yeah, it was I don't know. I got nothing. I offered an amount on it, and they're supposed to call me back. But it was really weird. It was a really weird experience. And the Bronco was just, I don't know. I can't even, it was like that. Wow, okay. It is, oh, okay, we've got, alright. This is, it's dark. We should get in the hill.
Loaded. Speak for yourself. My hill. Mine.
Is this, small Hala in the dark? Is that what this is?
It's a regular Valhalla.
Oh, it's regular. Okay.
There's a sandwich.
No, there won't be a sandwich here.
literally unplayable now.
That's not true. I think you'd enjoy driving the CX-5. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. You know, we considered a lot of things. You know, for me, the big thing that I expected, you know, Lena and I, as we drove home, we were talking about it, and we were like, you know, I really expected to just be blown away, like, by the nostalgia. I expected that I was going to drive that car right away, and it was going to be like, I love it, this is what I'm going to buy, I'll pay more than I thought I was going to pay, just give me the car now. And then it wasn't like that at all. It was just more like, wow, this is just okay. And then the incentives that Ford is running right now are supposed to be great, and they're really not. And I spoke to another dealership about that today as well. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, hey, sandwich! Oh, shit! Oh, it gives you a super... Oh, it gives you a... Oh, I just self-destructed myself. It gives you a heat wave. That's cool. You pick up the sandwich and you get a heat wave. That's cool. Is it still... Is the sandwich gone now forever, or is it still in here? Oh, it just that one time. Okay.
You can have it.
No, it's fine. You can have it. I don't...
It's Heat Wave rocket launcher, so...
Oh my... That's why it killed me. Okay, that makes sense. That is cool. That is cooler than shit. No, you just gotta jump over the hump. So, didn't Lena have a Trailblazer back in the day? Yeah, she said that it actually reminded her of that. She said that driving the Bronco reminded her of driving the Trailblazer. She made that joke. She said the only difference is that this doesn't, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Friendly fired you. I didn't realize the power of this. Yeah, the only thing she said that was different was that, how do I turn... Isn't there...
Okay.
Don't we have... Isn't there a flashlight?
Only campaign.
That's terrible. Halo, give me a flashlight. Oh, that's... I love it. Oh, come. This may be the really... This is a really fun weapon. I'm down.
Oh fuck, I'm dying.
My guns.
Oh, hey, look, repair you. Oh fuck, hammer.
I'm not a huge fan of the, I'm back. Hi.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is that?
Oh, I'm dead again. Did I get killed from behind? I'm not a huge fan of, I'm not a huge fan of the, how dark it is. Like, without a flashlight, it's really...
Pray and pray.
Oh, shot! Oh, I'm dead again in the hill. They're all in there. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, we made them an offer and committed to buy it, and they came back at, like, full price, and I was like, buddy, we're not anywhere near the same place right now. And, that was kind of sad. I was a bit bummed about that, but, you know, I also told them, I was like, you guys are gonna do what you guys are gonna do. And hopefully they'll call me back. You know, they might call back and be like, well, you know, has anybody got that Ravager that I dropped, or that rocket that I dropped?
Rocket?
Yeah, the heat wave rocket that I dropped.
I have.
Oh, you've got it? Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that it was not gone, that it didn't despawn.
Yet.
What do I have here? I have grapple hook. Are we... What is going on? Or are we Oh, there's one guy left on the map that's not dead? Or are we supposed to go over
Yeah,
there?
he's probably gonna die in a moment.
Yeah, so we'll keep looking. Like I said, I was underwhelmed. That's the best that I can say. For everything that it was lacking a lot of things that it should have. And I told them up front, I was like, hey guys, I really want to be honest. I just bought a Kia a couple of years ago, and I went to the dealership. They welcomed me. They brewed me an espresso. They sent me out on a test drive without a guy in the back seat of the car.
Sorry.
Look, no, you're fine. Without a guy in the back seat of the car looking over my shoulder. And I was like, oh, and by the way, at the end of all of that, they took our offer and the car was fully loaded, and I'm like, and I told them what I paid for that, and they were like, oh, well, we clearly can't compete with that. Like, you know, even the warranty was better. How much was the offer for the Bronco? I'll send it to you. OTD is out the door in case there's confusion. So that's after tax tag and title. And the reason why I chose that is because the reason why I chose that number, and I think you'll understand, is because last month, before the end of the month, before the tariffs took effect, that car was listed on the local dealership's website at $38,315 or $385. It was one of those two numbers. I can't remember exactly. And so we with incentives to add, right? So there are incentives that the dealership can choose to give you, which lowers the cost of the purchase price of the vehicle before tax tag and title. And so come here, dude. So with what's up, Kevin?
Slide is extremely long on this.
Yeah, it's
Try to slide.
it is very long, yes. So anyway, now if you go look at that on the website, it's gone up $2,000 just sitting on the lot. Just because they dropped the a bunch of dealer incentives and instead have started a new program called You Pay What Our Employees Pay. Hey Lisa, how you doing? And so what that means, according to Ford.com, which is their corporate website, is that means that depending on the vehicle and the dealership, you could pay up to 20% less than the vehicle's MSRP based on Jesus. I'm dead. Up to 20% less than the MSRP. A hunter, probably. That's what killed me.
There are a lot of hunters.
And so I did the math, right? If you're looking at a $42,000 Bronco, 20% of $42,000 is approximately $8,000, give or take. You know, these are fussy numbers, but if you go with that number, 8,000 minus 42 minus 8 is what, 36,000, and then if you apply, wow, that's pretty cheap. And then if you apply, things like the military rebate that Ford gives you from the factory, which is supposed to be It's a really shitty rebate. It's only $500, but it's still a rebate. So if they apply that on there, then now you're at $35,500. If they apply the, I decided to buy a Ford Bronco instead of buying any of the other manufacturers' items, there's like $3,500 in rebates. So if they apply those rebates immediately off of that price, then you're down from 35 to 35 to 33,000 flat, which is, you know, then you're into a really nice Bronco for a really affordable price. And when you think about that, if tax, tag, and title, if you pay that fee here in this state, that's about $5,500 in additional fees on top of your financing, if you're financing. So then you're right back at about 38 to 40,000 out the door for that. And that's kind of where we're like, you know, so we made them a really fair offer, and they like snitted their nose at it. And I thought that was really odd. You know, again, that car's been on that lot for a year and change. It's a 24 model. It has 51 miles on it, and that means that people have come and test driven it and ultimately decided that there was something better. And so when you consider that all of the things that we talked about, the entirety of the story of how we got to where we got, they said 100% just underwhelmed. I had another dealership call me this morning, and I told them the exact same thing I told you. And they are trying to set an appointment. They've got like 15 Broncos on their lot that we want to come look at. I already told them over the phone. I was like, same offer. This is what I'm gonna pay, or I'm not gonna buy. And they're trying to get a hold of me to see about it. But yeah, I'll check on the Mazda. It's crazy. Like I said, just a really odd experience, especially, you know, I would have expected that they would have wanted to really want to make a sale if they're hurting so bad, you know.
Not bad.
No, that's awesome. Should just come and talk to me about it at some point. And I'd love to pick your brain and all of that. Like I said, just yeah, you came from driving the Range Rover. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, like I said, for me, 100% would have. I still would have bought that car if they would have accepted my offer yesterday. I have had check in hand from the bank. I already secured my, you know, all of my financing, everything's taken care of. It was literally like, all you have to do is accept my offer and I'll write you this check. Like, you'll have your money now. And they were like, nah, we're good. And I was like, all right, call me back, I guess. TARDIS of a Nissan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you have the little Bronco if you can get the Bronco in Great Britain, but if you can go test drive one, Martin, I'd go test drive it and tell me what you think. I'm just really curious if you are gonna love it or hate it. Hey, Krampus, did you lose the rocket gun?
It's empty.
It's empty. It had unlimited ammo.
No, it didn't.
It did when I had it.
Maybe the sandwich gave you
Because every gun I have has unlimited ammo right now.
Oh, mine doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, every gun I have right now has unlimited ammo.
Damn.
Timo, do you have one of those refresh fields?
No, I don't.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Lena wasn't keen and you didn't have the buzz. Yeah, like I said, she told me, she told me square, she was like, I thought I was gonna like it more than you. She was like, cause she loves driving the old truck. And, that's the other reason why we're looking at the Bronco is because we have the Ford Explorer Sport Track, but I don't want to spend, it's a 2002, it's just as old as the Mustang, so even if I were to rebuild the engine, which it needs, I would have to, work on that. It's a classic, that thing. So we're just gonna sell it. You know, I'm gonna sell it to a mechanic buddy of mine or something and make like $2 or $3 grand off of it. And they're gonna probably put a head gasket kit in it and drive the shit out of it and sell it or whatever. You know, people still love that thing, but you know, again, it's kind of like what you went through with your Rover where it's broken and I don't want to fix it. I don't want to pay to get it fixed either.
I'm signing off for today, guys.
Oh, Timo, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, see you whenever.
Yeah, man. Have a great day.
Yeah, good night. Bye-bye.
Good night. Bye-bye. Well, arena, boys? Just arena social? Something that's not sweaty?
It's fine.
But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of my experience yesterday. Weird, just a weird day. With, I don't know if it's is it, maybe Kevin can weigh in on this? Is it age, Kevin? Am I so just underwhelmed by things now because I'm old? Is that what this is? Because I literally expected to feel like a kid again driving that thing. Like, oh my god, I'm like a little kid. This is so cool. And I was just like, wow, it's a car.
Are you asking me if you're jaded? Yes.
You think it's jaded? Do you think I'm jaded? Do you think that's what it is? I just wondered if Father Time had softened me to disappointment at this point, if that's what it was.
No. Father Time doesn't soften. It hardens.
Well, yeah, but Father Time is like a rushing river, and you are but a stone in the current, right? So as Father Time erodes your edges, you become softer, but also more immovable. That's how wisdom is made, right? That's why we're quicker to kill when we're young and quicker to forgive when we're old, because we've been our edges have been softened by time. Perhaps.
I think it's more callous. Old age. Some people, you know.
The lackluster feeling of the world as we've gotten older.
You're waiting for the older you get, you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop because you know it's coming.
Oh god, I hope it's not that. That sounds god awfully bad. Haha. I got you, bitch. No eyes.
Now there's almost 2 of them.
Oh, I'm dead. Sword on my axe in purple. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I really wanted to love it, and so did my wife. She told me as we left, she was like, I expected that we were gonna buy that and be on the way home with it already, or like stopping somewhere to celebrate and eat dinner nice or something. We just ate at Taco Time and drove home. It was just like that. It was like, let's just get Taco Time to go and get out of here.
Back purple, bottom purple,
Bottom purple,
Two.
Roger. Switching to purple, switching to purple. Two here.
Energy sword
Bottom.
inbound.
Still one in purple bottom, purple bottom.
Active camo inbound.
Yeah,
Okay, oh.
I did get a smile on my face when my wife drove it, because I pulled out of the parking lot like gingerly. I didn't jump on it real hard. You know, I didn't like get my foot real into it and test the turbo or anything like that. I just kind of drove it like you feel like a truck would drive, you know, that you're not beating on too hard.
Blue. Top
And-
blue.
Top of blue, Roger. And my wife, when she drove it, she put her foot in it. She was like straight out of a parking lot, like gave it all she could give it, and it put me in the seat pretty hard. I was impressed that little 4-cylinder turbo was doing what it did in the Bronco, but like I said, it just, I don't know. It's just a weird feeling, just weird. Right here, I'm dead.
Back of blue. Back of blue.
Blue back, Roger. Blue back.
I'm green.
I'm dead. Traded. Blue top, blue base, blue base.
Sword. Going to purple.
Blue bottom, 2. Oh.
They're dead. Energy sword inbound. Energy sword available. Nearing victory. Active camo inbound.
No eyes.
Top center.
Sword here. Sword is out. Sword's out. He's at purple. He's rotating around. Yeah. I'm dead. Invis on my X. He's in the river.
Target spotted. Victory.
There it is. Nice job. Nice job. That was a great match. I don't know. I don't know. I've been a Ford guy my whole life too, Nikki. That's the, like I said, I expected to be happy. I was happy with pretty much everything except for the fact that it was like so much less. Like it didn't even have heated seats. Like it had standard Windows power. Well, it had a really nice big giant TV screen like a Tesla in the middle of the dash, so I could you know, watch Martin's videos while I'm stuck in traffic if I want to kill myself, I suppose. But I don't know. I don't know. It had cruise control,
there.
but I don't even think it had autopilot. Like I got nothing. Oh, it's got to be new, Martin. It's got to be new. Cause I instead of paying it off, I got a really good finance rate through my bank. So I'm putting half down and financing the rest. Well, not half, but we're putting a bunch down and financing the rest so that I can have a nest egg still. That's how we figured we'd do that. And I looked at a classic Bronco, but I don't want to work on it every day. Because I could totally just go buy a classic Bronco from somebody for like probably 10 or 15 grand that's been restored and is like pretty good. But again, I want some of the warranty. I want something I don't have to work on probably ever again. Breaking aviation news, helicopter crashed in Hudson River. What kind of helicopter? Wow, same map. Let's do it. Let's win again.
Now there's almost double kill.
Ooh, thank you for the distraction. Oh, damn, I'm dead.
You are so much better than them.
Two here, blue. Nice. Oh no. My Discord died? Oh great.
You are so much better than them.
Well, that's alright. I was wondering why I had no comms. Shit. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why my Discord is, like, broken. Just give me a second here.
Two on blue.
Blue Roger.
Active camo inbound. Energy sword available.
That is so weird. Discord just, like, died, apparently. Type not disclosed and 4 souls aboard. No confirmed details on the condition. Interesting. Oh, shit. They got the sword red. Bottom red. Well, it's throwing me off so bad now. Why is the Discord... But why is the Discord broken?
Halfway to victory.
Green, Roger. Top of blue. Blue base. Blue base is dead. Still blue blue bottom.
Double kill. That's President J. Cole on a bicycle.
Green top.
Two at green or blue bottom, blue bottom. It could be green. It is green. Sorry.
Weak on green top back.
Oh, he's got a sword. I don't know if he died or not. I grenaded there, but I don't know if he died.
Purple.
Active camo inbound.
Purple's down.
Active camo available. Critical says they're dead.
Oh, active camo's still up. He's grabbing it top center.
Active camo is out.
No eyes. Green.
Blue portal, green portal.
Green, green, green. Still two, two. Hey, hey, what's up, Muff Tublets? No eyes.
Up here on green.
Green, Roger. Green, green, green.
Purple. Top purple.
Nice shot.
Purple base, Roger. Gotta figure out what happened. The Discord just like crashed.
Yeah, same here.
Discord completely crashed for us, Krampus. Like it just won't sign in at all to the server. It's just like down. I'm gonna completely shut Discord down and then reboot it and see what happens. And while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to... Oh, my heart is pumping. Yeah, I was 20, 10, and 5. You, how was your match? Last match results. Scoreboard. Hey, Woofy, you didn't do too bad. Look at you, 10, 12, and 7. Nice job. Alright, guys, give me a second. I'm going to try to let Discord figure itself out. And I'm going to use the restroom. And reboot my coffee one more time before we get going. I'll be right back. Turned one more time to hang out with you. This is silly.
Weird.
For whatever reason, the Discord is still broken.
But I could hear you.
That's because we're in game chat in the lobby together.
Is that how it is?
Yeah. So because Discord is down, we're in-game chat at the moment. That's how you hear me. It's so quiet, right? That's because the Discord crashed. We're not sure why. Does anybody else is anybody else having Discord issues? The servers crash for you? I believe so, yeah. It's the servers. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We literally just lost all of Discord. It just went down mid-game. I'm going to see what's Discord server status. Am I the only one in the audio loop here? Yeah, basically anybody who is, except for Kevin who can hear me, everybody else who would have normally been in the Discord now is gone. So I'm just talking to you guys in the world, and Kevin, he can still hear me. Go ahead, Kevin.
Discord status says unresolved incident, elevated API latency.
Interesting. Unresolved incident. I'm hearing you twice. You're hearing me twice?
We're investigating elevated API latency across a lot of our endpoints. This is leading to broad impacts. Sending messaging, starting sessions, etc. April 10th, 1 o'clock.
It's interesting because I did get your message, Krampus, on my cell phone. But I literally cannot log into Discord at all at the moment. It just pops up and it just keeps showing the little circle spinning. It says, yeah. And if I click on it, it takes me to the service status page. And it does show that there have been partial outages today. Or well, it says no downtime today. But it's definitely down right now. Huh. Well, I know it's not us because we're still playing Halo. No, here we go. Delta it is. Good thing we're just playing Delta today, huh? Any free space today? Yeah, if you want to join, if you want to jump in on us after this, after I finish up this match, we can switch to big team. It's just shitty because as long as the Discord is down, we're not gonna have any like camaraderie in the open space, which that's kind of a craptastic day. It makes it a little less fun. It makes me have to work extra hard to keep you all entertained by my lonesies. Discord is down for everyone. Must have something to do with all the bot accounts. Yeah, I mean, it could be that. That's what I'm saying. This super sucks. How's it going, Moose? I can't wait. The Kraken are playing tonight. The Mariners have a day off. They need it. They've got 4 injured dudes, and they got to figure out what they're going to do to fix it. You know, Discord is not that bad, Krampus, if I'm honest. Discord could be a lot worse, We used to use a program called Dolby Axon. And at the very beginning, that program was the shit. And then it became shit. Same with Razer comms. I really liked Team Razer comms way back in the day when they had their proprietary own software for their stuff. And it was like actually good. And then one day that became shit. And then Corsair also used to be really, really good. And then they became shit. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way that it always goes, I guess. Now I use Logitech again, because Logitech has just continued to exist in a great space for the history of forever. Like Kevin. Kevin is as old as the rivers that flow on the planet.
I am. That's why you have to respect me. And that's the only reason.
We do. We respect you, Kevin. Motherfucker! God damn it! One motherfucker.
Their sniper is back in red base still.
I'm gonna go try to get him. There's two pushing from that left side over there.
Pop their shields.
Boom Legion.
Come chasing after me, you little bitch bag. Feels bad, man.
Sniper cannot snipe. Oh, there's one over on me.
I'm on the way, I'm on the way.
He got me. He's top center now.
I got no eyes on their sniper.
Hello there.
Oh, who'd we get? Oh, hey, there's a Tamoose. Hello there. No eyes? Oh, one. Oh, I'm down. I got sniped from somewhere, I'm not sure. Yeah, we could try Xbox Party Chat, that's true. I know that usually that's been broken lately. Sword is down in the middle. I'm gonna take it. Fuck, two on me in the middle. On sword. I could try that. I'll try that here in a minute. Fuck, I didn't know he has sword. Sword, 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 sword!
Power weapons en route.
Nice job, Krampus. You just mount that. Oh, I was gonna say stay mounted.
Send them straight to heaven with our trusty S7. Power
We
weapons
gotta
are
pull
here.
it together. We're running,
Enemy Spartans are
letting them
close
run
again.
away.
Oh yeah, you are. We're 15-14 right now. 15-14?
One over here.
Roger, one.
Two. One down below you.
Yeah. I don't think the other two can hear us. I think their comms are off. Two on me, three on me. Maybe all on me.
On the other side. On the other side.
Still three here on me.
Well, pickle my tickle. Discord servers are down.
Yeah, that's what we were bitching about. That's why it's like just me and sometimes Kevin like he's in a real radio or something. Because he's the only one talking in the game chat.
Center top.
Yeah, 2 week. 3 week now. One on the bottom. I'm dead. Okay. 76 ping.
Gain the lead. Big guns and lots of funds are a coming. Energy sword inbound. You lost the lead.
Wow.
Energy sword available.
Without comms, it is.
I gotta ask, what's a BXR?
Turret right there.
Sniper top center.
Tango's closing in.
Oh shit.
Three of them right there. One turret, one sniper.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy shield down.
They're dead. Enemy team nearing victory.
We lost another one of that sniper.
Really?
Whoa, sword! Sword behind us! God damn it. I wish Discord would come back. Sword! Sword! I backed right into all of the dudes with the sword. Great. Needles upstairs.
Defeat.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That match was paralyzed in particular because of comms being down. That's absolutely terrible. I hate it. I need the Discord to be back up like yesterday. I am so dependent. Wow. Oh my god, I'm so dependent on the Discord that it's ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna try to do a party chat and see if that works. I have trouble with that a lot of times because the Xbox party chat settings for the PC, the app do not do well. But I'm gonna try and see if I can do this and get you guys in it. I have 2 unread chats, really. Oh, okay. One guy says, okay, I see you there. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, buddy. And another buddy. Okay, sweet. Okay, start a party. Add someone.
Oh, I see Krampus on live now in Discord.
Can you get on Discord? Because I still can't log into Discord. I still can't log into it.
Krampus, can you hear me? Sorry, I had my speaker. Yeah, on the phone, me and Krampus are on.
Wow. Yep, no, I can't, I sent you guys some invites for the party. Can you hear me in here? Can you both hear me in here? Can you guys hear me in here? Hold on a sec.
No.
You can't hear me? Okay, hold on. I can fix that. Oh no! What the shit? God damn it!
I can hear you.
You guys can hear me inside of this party.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. That's good, and I can hear you too. That's amazing. Okay, so we have Xbox Party Chat,
powerful.
apparently. What the shit? Oh my god, are you... cancel. What am I doing here? Ugh. Oh my god, Xbox. What? PC, what? Can't... Leave party. Yes. Okay. Alright, can you hear me now?
Hi.
You can all hear me, though, yes? That's great. Okay. Good. Sorry, Xbox is being silly. By the way, Discord just came back up.
I don't hear him.
Nope.
They don't hear me now? You guys don't hear me now? Oh, well, hold on a second. Let me see. Party options. It's not it. This is what I love about this bullshit. It's not it. This one. Party audio. Default. Okay. Default. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
There you go. I figured it out. Sorry,
What was the cause?
it's Xbox Party settings. I was talking to the stream the whole time. At least the disaster strikes near the end of the stream. Yeah, that's correct. Discord has apparently come back up, but I'm not gonna bother connecting to it now because we're all connected here. So, hey Wolfie, you can just join my Xbox Party chat if you want to talk to us. And we're just gonna. Oh, are you in the party, Maddie? You coming?
I'm joining right now.
All right, then we'll switch modes then. Yeah, it's
Funny,
go ahead.
As I played last night solo, and I know I suck when I play with you guys. Your skill level is way higher than anyone it matches me with.
Oh.
Last night I actually got matched with what I would call noobs. But I felt good. I went 14-6.
Dude, that's a great match.
It is. The rest were all right after that, but I felt better that I didn't forget how to play Halo.
Oh, see, so you were kind of joining on us and just feeling like
Man, I used to be good at this, and I am not anymore. I'm maybe fair to Midland. Then I jumped into just a random match with my skill group. It was like coming home.
it was like coming home. Yeah, so we play usually our CSR. He discovered that you make him look bad. Laughs and sunglasses. Oof. Well,
I make myself look bad. They look amazing.
It's like this, right? The reality of it is I do this 4 days a week for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not it. People who watch The Awesome don't realize that if you come and hang out in the Discord, shameless plug, come and hang out in the Discord. If you come to the Discord, you see me playing Halo all the time when I'm not on the stream too. I mean, it's ridiculous. What does the Xbox app say? Well, since we're waiting, what does it say? Where is it? The Xbox.
You have into it.
Yeah, the Xbox app says. Tell me my statistics. Where is it?
You to get home, baby.
Here you go. How long? No. Where does it tell me? Kevin, it used to say how long we had playing this shit.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, time played 91 days.
Yeah.
91 days.
3 solid months.
What do you mean 91 days?
That's the time played, Krampus, in Halo Infinite. That's the amount of time I've played Halo Infinite. 91 24-hour days. Oh my gosh.
What is that under?
It was I'll find it for you in a second and tell you after the match
Stretch
is
for
over.
me, Daddy.
Yeah, of course.
Give me a big old stretch.
What the fuck? That's a huge.
You
What
would,
the
there's
fuck are we?
there's no fall damage, buddy.
Jump
Just
off.
go.
Jump off.
I love how I speed up and it sound like I'm heavy, and then when I hit the ground, it's like a feather. I just slide off like wee.
Although if you fall off just a medium height standard thing, you actually hear the thunk of your weight.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna grab the Banshee for myself.
No! I died. This is the story of a dude.
I'm running away.
I destroyed the Banshee.
Mother fudger.
Hey, Kevin.
We're looking for some dudes to kill. You better get the fuck out of here.
Not going to hurt you. Oh, far behind.
Kevin, incoming, incoming. Oh, fuck you.
Oh, okay.
Don't steal my... Don't steal it. Don't tell me
Kind
that.
of stuck.
So you can shoot and drive.
Try and throw grenades or something. What the fuck is this?
Wow, okay. Damn. Hey, Lord Adam, how you doing today? I thought the book went pretty well this morning. Thanks for asking. How about you? We're playing some big team.
Yeah,
We got
I-
a bunch of buddies.
the-
Go ahead, Kevin.
Got it, got it.
Boom Legion.
The back was in the tail was in the wall. It was stuck.
You get it out?
I think someone did.
I did.
Nice.
Go fuck yourself, Lizette, man. You fucking piece of shit. God, I hate this. It's so shit.
Oh, I just got murked by the rod gun. Somebody just handed me the rod.
This map is so shit. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't have any vehicles in it. It's so
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Uh,
The fuel rod is real. The fuel rod is real.
look at this.
This guy can't drive.
I'm at peace. They could have put some trees here. Like,
What are you doing?
they could have put trees over here to make this look less shitty. That's unfortunate. And then these floating bushes over here. Congratulations on getting to 1,200 followers. Yeah, thank you. It's awesome, isn't it? We're on our way to 1,400 now. I'm really excited about it. People dying, John having a beach day. Yeah, that's right. I'm just out there observing the,
Go fuck yourself, Bryson.
It's funny,
You
too,
hacking
because
piece of fuck.
all you could hear back there was the sound of Krampus on the team comms talking shit. You didn't hear any gunfire. It was like, it's so peaceful way over in that nook of the map, wasn't it? Krampus is in his usual form, his normal form today. I love it.
Ooh,
I swear, this map is so shit that I can't even understand how it's even supposed to work.
Banshees are up.
Oh, motherfucker on the right. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
Uh-oh. Oh, piece of candies. I got the candy in me.
Banshee was stuck there for a second.
Shit.
In my sights.
So I'll tell you guys, as of right now, my plan is to be here tomorrow. That may change if I get a phone call to go look at a Bronco.
White Bronco?
Oh yeah, listen here.
I'm stuck again. My fucking god, game.
How? Why did you?
This game is so shit.
Alright, we gotta do something about that gun goose. Pissing me off.
Did that help? No. Get out of it for a second, Krampus.
If I get out, I will die.
Okay, well, I'll see you later. Enjoy that. They really need to really need to adjust and reattach the headshot damage to the book. I thought the book went well today. It was a good read, by the way. So far, I mean, we're about 55 pages into the Thursday War.
Is that book 2 or 3?
That's book 2 in that trilogy. Oh, that was pretty nasty. That guy didn't even know I was coming for his booty.
Another one down.
And it was a good piece of that was a good piece of murder right there too.
Fuck yourself, twins.
Oh my god, that was dirty as fuck. I grapple-jacked that shit and then with some help from my friends. Oh, and then I just got Robocopped by 2 fucking... whatever the hell just happened to me. That was not even cool. 2 choppers just Robocopped me in the corner.
They're trying to get the Banshee here. Oh, they got me.
Robocop. I'll take this. Don't mind if I do.
Wish I could stick my head on the window.
Oh no, 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 no. Damn it. We got jacked. It's not good. There's all sorts of the no. Oh, I'm dead again. I have 8 kills.
One to lose.
It's not terrible. One to lose, Ryder.
Match lost.
Ugh. I lost the assignment. I mean, I did spend a small amount of time on the beach. Oh. Oh.
Honestly, they need to make it so that the vehicles can't teleport.
Have a good day, Adam. They need to put some vehicles on certain maps. I feel that totally.
And so that they don't teleport inside the teleport grid.
Thank you.
Because
Right.
that gets stuck. The fact that the fucking Banshee gets stuck in there.
Yep. That's yeah. Is there squad? Do we still have squad? Oh, we got 8v8. We'll switch to squad battle. That'll be a little bit more let's see what squad battle modes are. Okay,
Today's
buddy.
just fucking shit.
Oh, well, in that case, we're gonna take Maddie back into Arena Social then.
Sorry to hear about your day, bud.
Yeah, sorry about that, Krampus. Thanks for being awesome with us for a bit.
I don't blame you. I blame the shitheads that populate
Yeah, the quality of your
game.
competition. I understand.
Because today a lot of people have been smooths today.
I feel like I'll tell you what, Krampus. I think that what you experience is you experience Halo when we're not around, and then you experience Halo when you play with us, and that is a very similar experience to what happens with Maddie. But what I also see is when you play with me, you play at a pretty high... You may not always be the top slayer, but you're pretty up there, and you have the least amount of deaths. Again, your play style is a little bit different than ours, and I struggle to understand your choices sometimes. You're a really good Halo player. I think that you experience Halo different when you play with us, and that's why you have a harder time. I don't know what that means, but I know that our CSR from game to game is a lot higher than it is when we play alone. Usually when 2 or 3 of us on the normal rotation are together, we're CSRing in the 11 or 1200 range. When Oakum's here, we could be like as high as like 1400, right? We get up there pretty high sometimes for some games. I know that myself, my ranked average is 998. So, you know, it's all about where you're at there. Your MMR, CSR, whatever the matchmaking stuff. So, try to take that in. Whoa, that guy was broken for a second. Did you guys see that? He popped in as a black ghost, and then his texture showed up. It's like he beamed in from the Enterprise or something.
Old school simplicity. More kills, more bets.
I didn't get a kill? What? Alright. When Jimmy plays, it's closer to 750. Jimmy! Don't do that to yourself, buddy.
Weapon drop.
Ooh!
Remember shields.
A shield's popped.
I got one in Pink Streets here. Yeah. Have a good night, Krampus. A double kill on this side.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Gonna get noob combo. Oh shit, all in the center. All in the center moving to Pink Streets. Just above my credit score.
Oh, that was a beatdown.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop. Critical says they're dead.
Oh shit, I'm down. I'm down. At ATM.
Arcade.
Arcade, Roger.
Weapon drop.
Behind you, weasels.
Oh, yep.
There's 3 there. 3 at arcade. 3. I'm with you. Maddie, I'm with you. Follow me down the street. Pink Street, left. Come on, follow me.
I'm on.
Wall here.
Remember, use your shield.
Yep, got it. Going up, left. Follow me. Push. Come on. No ice at Plaza into PD.
On the right.
Yeah, PD. I'm in PD now. Going around. There's one down. One on steps and tires now. 1 tires. I'm down.
2 more on steps.
I'm at Cafe.
PD.
I see you. PD Plaza. Got 1.
Nice shot.
Right there. Get him. Yeah, hose him. Good job, Kevin. Get him.
Oh,
Where were they? Where?
PD.
Still one there. Reinforcing from Center Street.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Oh, you're kidding.
I'm in arcade. No eyes. No radar.
Center.
Center, Roger. Come to center.
Weapon drop.
Oh, I'm down. They're at PD.
They're close.
PD.
Up with their head.
Fucking Jesus, I hate it.
Weapon drop.
He's dead inside. I traded with him. Eat my damn invisible food and shit this match. Holy cow, it's intense. And tires. How did he live through that? 1 week on my ex at PD. 2 down.
PD.
Ghostbuster, that guy. Jesus. I'm down. They're all out here. All out here in Plaza.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
I'm on the way. Commando BR, Roger.
Guns just make me happy. Prepare to drop.
That boy.
Weapon
Oddball. Back here, PD, mid streets. I'm at ATM. I got my pulling one to you guys. Pulling two. Pulling two. I'm down. I'm down. In mid streets. Two. One at Oscar's house. They're above you with weasels. All right, I'm up with you guys. I'm coming down towards you.
Prepare to drop.
I thought it used to be a one-hit kill with the oddball.
I'm dead.
Was
I'm
that just
dead.
a
Still
bomb?
2 on me. No, it's oddball, but it's just a melee weapon. It's 2 hits. One to lose, 2 to win. 1 to lose, 2 to win. No, don't lose it. It's gonna be me. Shit. One more. Oh, I got it. No way.
Nice.
That was intense. And that was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I've got 74 days into Halo Infinite.
74. Okay. Just a baby in your infinite investment compared to me.
What are you, 90 something?
91 days. Yeah. And that's so much time. I didn't even know it was that much time. That's crazy. We got time for one more. Arena social. Here we go. And then I have to get off and go take care of a few things and see what we see. We got a bunch of stuff going.
Sounds like I might be joining Nikki's squad for that charity tourney in September.
Oh, the Husky Raid tournament?
If that's what it was, yeah. She was asking about it last night. She asked if
Yeah.
I wanted on the squad, and I said, yeah.
That's the one. That's the one that I'm hosting, the Husky Raid tournament. I'll be in that. I'm putting together a team for it.
Nice.
Yeah, as soon as this tournament in June wraps up, then we'll start putting out the
Deets.
particulars for that one. We've got that one pretty much already hammered out. I think we've got all of the prizes already figured out. We're getting some help with from Jumperscape on getting some prizes set. Installation 00 I think is probably going to provide us with like a coupon code for each winner for a free t-shirt or something like that. So we've got some cool stuff in the works. We'll release all that information as we get closer. I'm really excited about it. It's gonna be good shit.
Aren't I donating something?
I think you're donating something. I don't think you're donating to the Husky Raid tournament. You're donating to one of the other tournaments that we're running, I think. Yeah.
I don't keep track.
Yeah, we're running 4 tournaments this year. The second one is in June, and then we have the Husky Raid in September, and then we have our holiday tournament in December. I'm actually bummed because my Husky Raid tournament was supposed to be the Christmas tournament, and then we had to flip-flop it because of, I don't remember why, something was scheduling or something. I'm not sure what it was.
Going for rockets.
Yep, with you.
More kills, more better.
Do it, Obi.
OV is chipped, but still full.
No, it's not.
He's still in there, Kevin. He's behind me now.
One on me. Two will go on the sniper ramp. Two on sniper ramp.
Critical says they're dead.
Oh, I'm down. Sniper on my X. Red side. I'm coming back for it.
Invis and or overshield cave.
Overshield cave, Roger. What the? No
Rockets in
way.
10.
I'm down. I'm in blue bottoms.
They're on rocket ramp.
It's like a
Rocket ramp,
came
Roger.
off.
shoots hot nails. Overshield inbound. Spanker available.
Damn. You guys are gonna get a goose egg out of me, I feel like, unless I warm up, unless I get back to the groove real quick.
Active camo available.
What the hell?
God, I missed that medal. Perfect.
No eyes. Wait, one.
Rocket.
Nice shot, John.
S7 inbound.
Thanks. No eyes.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Aww. Coming from red.
Blue. Blue. Coming to the sniper.
Sniper is ours.
Oh, nice.
Run red.
You got a woofie if you want it.
Shields are down.
Feels bad, man.
Taking cover.
Grab that S7 sniper.
I'll come back for it. Alright.
Blue.
Blue, Roger.
S7 sniper. Spanker inbound.
Red.
Overshield inbound. Spanker available. I almost feel bad for
Nice assist.
Emphasis
Huh.
on almost.
That guy didn't know I
I'm,
hit.
I'm talking to myself.
Overshield available.
Oh.
Yeah, he was stumped.
With extra protection.
I didn't.
You got the kill for that one.
I thought I got the assist. My bad.
Oh, you're good.
Active camo inbound.
Red inside. Red base. Red base. And arch.
They're close.
Active camo available. You can't see if your eyes are closed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Traded.
thought there were. Didn't
You're
realize
fine.
there were rockets left.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Blue. Blue. Blue.
Killing spree.
Spartan down.
Sweet Odin's
Oh, shit.
beard
Sniper's back.
and a family.
Sniper down.
Sniper down, Roger. No eyes. Red. 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 And arch.
Got one coming after you there, John.
There's another one up here.
Center, below arch.
Closing in.
Here. Nice.
Big guns and lots of funds.
10 to Weps, 10 to Weps.
Overshield inbound. Power weapons are here. Nearing victory. Overshield available.
One here.
Target spotted.
Up with their head. Active camo inbound.
Behind. Two behind, right side, red base. I'm down.
Oh, they finally got me. Oh, Roby.
Oh, sniper.
Baggies. I give that guy the tea baggies at the end of that match. Lots of them. All of the bags on that guy right at the end.
I hawked the kills.
Did you carry us that match? Oh yeah, I had 11. I was 11, 4, and 4. So I didn't do it
on that one.
There, Kevin, just murking everyone. Hey, look at that, and then it booted me out of the party apparently. So I'll close it there. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but I'll meet you back in the Discord.
Yeah, I would hear you.
All right, I'll meet you back in the Discord. How do I quit this? All right, so anyway, guys, that was it. I'm sorry that the awesome got derailed a little bit there at the end, but hey, we had a really good day playing some Halo and reading a new book. And once again, can't say thank you enough for stopping by and being part of this with us. We'll be back tomorrow, maybe. Actually, count on me being back tomorrow. Look for the announcements. I should be here about 10. The only way that's not going to happen is if I get a call about something or we figure something out. Look for that in the Discord. You'll hear about it or whatever if you're around. Thank you for being part of everything today on YouTube and on Twitch. 1,283 follows. Thank you. We're on our way to 1,400. Every single one of you are amazing. That's it, guys. I'm out of here. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And for everybody here, including you, Woofy, including all of you out there who haven't joined the Discord yet, stay awesome. Join the Discord. It's this place, except on the internet. We're there always. What are you even thinking? Anyway, stay awesome, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.